I went to a party, and what did I see? Two girls were wearing leather skirts and see-through jeans. I asked the DJ to tell me what was going on. He said, freestyle's having a freak. In the house tonight, move your body from left to right. All you freestyles rock the rock, a freak. In the house tonight, move your body from left to right. All you freestyles rock the rock, a freak. There's a party in the house and we'll be rocking tonight. So bring your body with you, baby, and I'll make you feel right. It's a freaky celebration of a natural kind, and the pleasure you'll experience will blow your mind. Swinging in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. To all you fish that stop the rock, will blow your mind. Swinging in the house tonight, move your body from left to right. The pleasure you'll experience will blow your mind. Freestyle's speaking in the house tonight. Move your body from left to right. To all you freestyles stop the rock. Cause freestyle's speaking ain't no rock. Freestyle's speaking in the house tonight. Move your body from left to right. To all you freestyles stop the rock. Cause freestyle's speaking ain't no rock.
With the bass, pajamas live in effect, and I don't waste time on the mic with a dope rhyme. Jump to the rhythm, jump, jump to the rhythm, jump. And I'm here to combine beats and lyrics to make you shake your pants, take a chance. Come on and dance, guys. Grab a girl, don't wait, make a twirl. It's your world and I'm just a squirrel, trying to get a nut to move your butt to the dance floor. So yo, what's up? Hands in the air, come on, say yeah. Everybody over here, everybody over there. The crowd is live and I will do this groove. Party people in the house, move. Groove.
Come on, let's rock, baby. Let the music take control. Let the rhythm move you. Let the music take control. Let the rhythm move you.
morning. Welcome to the championship. Congratulations, you made it. You qualified to come to Houston. We are so happy to have you here, and I hope you're excited to be here. Are you? Yeah, baby. You're in Houston. You made it. I'm Blair, the first lead MC. It is my pleasure to welcome you to Houston, to the championships. We have 8 fabulous fields here. We have 600 teams competing from all over the world. Let's make some noise and meet the fields. Archimedes, let's hear you. Curie. Daly. Galileo. Hopper. Johnson. Milstein. Newton. It's a quarter-mile of FRC playing fields, which is amazing. All right, we're gonna have a great competition. Couple housekeeping reminders. We have some accessibility seating down front here for those needing that. We want you to honor the legacy of Woody Flowers. Remember your gracious professionalism throughout. Oh, I forgot you do that. Gracious professionalism. It's catchy. We have teams this year competing from 16 countries here in First Robotics competition. We have teams from the Dominican Republic, Switzerland, India, Romania, China, the United Kingdom, Australia, Colombia, the Netherlands, Brazil, Chinese Taipei, Israel, Turkey, Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America. 43 states are represented here this weekend. 43 states, which is awesome. We can't get anything going until we have the anthem from the host country. And we have a singer this morning. Please stand up, if able, remove your caps, and welcome from team 3767, the TC Titans from Traverse City, Michigan. This is Reese.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well done, Reese, well done. And now to officially open the championship, we've got a sponsor that's been with us for a few years. They've got a fabulous Formula One car out there. Please welcome onto the field Kathy Lumen and the reps from Haas and the Gene Haas Foundation to tell you to crank this baby up. Come on out, Kathy.
Hi there. Every year our championship team gets a little bit bigger because we all want to be able to talk to you and hang out with you this week. And we're so happy to be here. We have representatives from Haas Automation, our engineering department, and some of those people are down by the car if you want to learn about and talk to someone about what being an engineer at Haas is. We've got people from around the country who support education at the different Haas dealers. And then you've got representatives from the foundation. And we are so proud, hopeful, happy. We have so much confidence in you guys because you are all the future. This year, the Gene Haas Foundation awarded over 2,300 grants for $6 million. I will say one thing. Some of your checks may have been a little late because we thought we were almost done funding in December, and then kickoff came and we got over 1,000 more applications. And we have a team of just 2 people in the office who are processing those checks. So it's a big job, but congratulations, and we're committed to keep on doing it. Now we would like to start the competition. So, ready? Yeah. Teams, start your robots.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Haas. Good luck all weekend long. Have fun. Remember why you're here. Remember your gracious impression of them. Now we'll send it to the field for match number 1 of the championship. To the field.
Let's try that again. Good morning, Galileo! Okay, that's better. Good morning, Boker Tov, buenos dias, sabach el khir. How are you today? Let's start by welcoming the team of qual match number 1, starting with 8069!
From St. Charles, Missouri, the Super Hornets.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6665!
Out of Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 11214!
From Bainbridge, Georgia, it's the Cybercats.
Moving on over to the Blue Alliance. Starting with team 2491!
From St. Paul, Minnesota, No Mythic.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4450!
Out of Olympia, Washington, Olympia Robotics Federation.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 10991!
From Sandy, Oregon, it's the Pyobites.
Players behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go in Galileo. We are underway. Match number 1. Everybody moving here in autonomous. Fuel cells being thrown all over the field. We're going to see a lot of yellow fuel in the air in the next couple of days here, folks. More than you're used to seeing at your divisions and your regional matches. Here we go. It's teleoperator mode. The drivers have control of the robots. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving. We've got 1 blue robot that's 4450, Olympia Federation, Robotics Federation. They are stuck over under the blue bridge. Early advantage to the Blue Alliance, though, even though they're down with only 2 robots operational here in this match. 1 minute and 3/4 left to go here in the match. Blue with a pretty sizable lead, up by about 50 points. The blue hub is active, and the blue robots shooting those fuel cells into the blue hub. Red getting ready for their hub to activate, but blue getting some more in right before, and now red is active. So here come the fuel cells into the red hub. That is active, and they are up in the air going to red. Blue with a sizable lead, 60 points, almost 70-point lead here. But we are still in the early going, about a minute to go in this match. Match number 1 on Galileo here at the Championship. Blue is active again. And there goes 2491, no mythic, spewing a lot of those fuel cells into the blue hub. Now off to collect more balls. And 2491 is the main scorer over on the blue side, it looks like. Human player over on the blue, shooting them in as well. 2 human players right next to each other shooting those fuel cells in. We go into the end game here. We're down to about 15 seconds to go. Big advantage for the Blue Alliance. Both hubs are active. Everybody shooting on both sides. Under 10 seconds to go here. 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. All right. Match 1 is underway here, and we are active on Galileo. Nicely done, everyone. Okay, we've got a score coming up. And match number 1 here is going to go to the Blue Alliance. They win by a score of 168 to 117. 3 ranking points going to the blue teams. Nicely done. Match number 1.
Okay, Galileo, I want you to try something. Every time I say Gali, you will answer me with Leo. Do you understand? Okay, let's try it. Gali! Yeah, and just remember that. We're going to do it over and over. Okay, let's meet the teams for qual match number 2, starting with team 95-72.
Out of Novi, Michigan, CC Shembites.
Joining them in the middle, what time is it? 25-82.
From Lufkin, Texas, the Pantherbots.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, the Red Alliance, it's team 11, Kaka, 242.
Out of Katy, Texas, Golden Eagle Mechanics.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 58-95.
From Hightstown, New Jersey, it's Petty Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 28-13.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 79-15.
Out of Ripon, Wisconsin, it's Ripon Robotics.
Gali. Drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. It's autonomous match number 2 here on Galileo at the Champs. Big crash by one of the blue robots, 2813, into the side here, over on the near side. Both alliances putting those fuel cells into their hubs here in autonomous. Early advantage for the Red Alliance. And we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control. We had one red robot that looked like it was trying to get above the level 1, hanging over on the red side. We'll see if the referees counted that or not when we get to the end of the match. The blue hub is active here in the first stage. And the blue robots spewing those fuel cells up into that hub. Here comes the transition into the second stage, and the red hub is active, 70, 95, 72. The Shambites putting a lot of those fuel cells in for red. Here comes their partner, 25, 82, the Pantherbots. They're putting some in as well. Meanwhile, the blue robots collecting those balls, getting ready to score when their hub becomes active. And here it goes. The blue hub is active. Blue robots spewing those fuel cells up in the air. Plenty of them going into the blue hub. This is a higher scoring match than we saw in the first one. Both alliances already over 200 points with a minute to go. We are going to see a lot of higher scores than we're used to seeing in our regional and division matches. And here comes the red hub. The Red Alliance is active, and that hub is active, and they are putting them into their hub. Red flip-flops into the lead. They are pushing 300, and they are not quite over that. They're at 299, and there come a couple more. They go over 300. We are now into the last phase, the end game of this match. Both hubs active. The Blue Alliance putting plenty of those fuel cells in, trying to catch up. Red has built about a 50-point lead. See if Blue can catch up here at the end. There's only 6 seconds to go in the match. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Blue with a big flurry at the end, but it might have been too little too late. We'll be back in a moment with the score for match number 2. And here it comes. And we got the Red Alliance taking match 2. They win it by a score of 405 to 359. Nicely done. They get 4 ranking points in that match. Nicely done by the Red Alliance.
And let's meet the team of Qual match number 3, starting with team 2635.
Out of Lake Oswego in Oregon, it's Lake Monsters.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 16.
Out of Mountain Home, Arkansas, it's the Bomb Squad.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 6487.
From Shanghai, China, it is Clockwork Knights.
And over on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 7769.
From Royal Oak, Michigan, it's The Crew.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 449.
Out of Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 6429.
Out of Bornova in Turkey, it's the Fourth Dimension.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 3 underway in Galileo, sponsored by Mauser. We're in autonomous. Both alliances spewing those fuel cells into their active hubs. Blue taking an early lead. Red putting a lot up in the air, but they were off target. So red takes the autonomous round, or blue takes the autonomous round, which means red is going to be active here in stage number 1. It's a transition. Everybody trying to take advantage before red becomes the only active one, and now they are active. Red trying to catch up. About a 100-point lead, though, for the Blue Alliance in the early going. 2 minutes left in this match, just under. We've got one blue robot inactive over on the red side near here. That's 64-29. We'll see if they can reset and become active before this match is over. But currently it's a 3-on-2 advantage for the Red Alliance. See if they can use that to catch up and get back into this match. Blue, though, building their lead as their hub is active here in stage 3. And they already have over 350 points. We go to stage 4. Red hub is active. Bomb squad putting some in, 16 for red. Clockwork Knight, 64-87, putting some in as well. We're under a minute, though, and we go, and now the blue hub is active. Blue over 400 points, building that lead with 3/4 of a minute to go here. We've got a couple of high-scoring machines over on the blue side, and that combination is putting in a lot of points for the Blue Alliance. Both shooting them in. And you can just see the stream going into the hub. 20 seconds to go in this match. We're in the end game. Significant lead for the Blue Alliance as we count down to the end here. We go under 10 seconds. We've got one robot. We got two blue robots shooting them in again. Up over 500 points here as time expires. So we will get an additional ranking point for the Blue Alliance for going over the energized threshold. Remember, the energized threshold has increased to 360 fuel points for the championships here. Okay, score is up, and the Blue Alliance takes match number 3. They win it by a score of 535 to 146. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance. And they did indeed get that extra ranking point for the fuel cell. 5 ranking points going to the Blue Alliance in that match. Very nicely done.
And now let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 4, starting with team 1756.
Out of Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3931.
Out of Chickasaw, Oklahoma, it's Cockadoodle Dominators.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 1816.
Out of Edina, Minnesota, it's the Green Machine.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, we've got 8858.
Out of Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, it's Terabytes.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 7183.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, match number 4 underway here in Galileo. All 6 robots moving here in autonomous. The Red Alliance with an early lead, putting a lot of fuel cells into their hub, but here comes the Blue Alliance. They catch up and they actually overtake the lead, overtake Red in the lead. So the Blue Alliance taking autonomous here in match number 4. We enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. We're in transition, so both hubs are active. But here comes the first stage for Red. Red is active, and Red shooting into the Red hub. Red takes the lead here. Lots of fuel cells being tossed into the hub and back over to the opposite side. The Blue Alliance stocked up on fuel during that stage, and now they're shooting them in. Red with the lead, but Blue is going to try to take it over right now. They're catching up. They have almost caught up, and they are just about to surpass them. It's tied, and now Blue takes the lead. Stage number 3 comes to an end. We're now into the next stage. Red hub is active. This is actually stage number 3. And the Red Alliance spewing a lot of the fuel into their hub. They overtake Blue, and we keep seesawing back and forth. So Red in the lead here. And now the Blue hub is active as we go into the final one of these only single stages. Blue takes over the lead with 3/4 of a minute to go in this match. So we have seesawed back and forth. And at the end of this stage, when we get to the end game, both hubs will be active. And that's when we're going to see who takes the match. Blue, though, with the lead, but Red becomes active. They are trying to catch up and close the gap, but the gap is about 60 points. It's going to be tough with 20 seconds to go here in this end game. Both alliances trying to put as much fuel as possible in. Blue continuing with the lead. We go under 10 seconds. They're up, though, by about 60 points. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. right, we got a score, and the Blue Alliance takes the match by a score of 434 to 357. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. They go over that 360 threshold with fuel cells as they were energized, so they get 4 ranking points. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance.
And let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 5, starting with team 2556.
Out of Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
Joining them in the middle is team 364.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 2468.
Out of Austin, Texas, Team Appreciate.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we've got team 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, CIS.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8190.
From Imperial, California, the Tiger Robotics team.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
Rivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, good. Here we go. Match number 5 here on Galileo. Everybody moving in autonomous. Both alliances putting those fuel cells into their active hubs. Red Alliance with a slight lead here in this autonomous round. We'll wait for the end of it to see who's going to take it. It's close. Now blue takes the lead. Now red takes the lead, so it's flip-flopping. Looks like red is going to take autonomous. So blue is going to be the first active hub when we enter into the single stages. Transition period, red spewing them in. Red putting some in as well, but red has a lead. And now blue is the active hub here in this stage. Stage number 1. Blue overtakes red. They flip-flop into the lead. In stage number 1, still got 5 more seconds here, but blue up by 30. It looks like they're going to build on that lead, about a 40-point lead. But the red hub now becomes active in the next stage. They're going to try to catch up, and they are coming up into the lead here. They're coming close. They close it up, and they overtake blue. So now red in the lead here in stage number 2. Blue's throwing some of those fuel cells over onto their side for when they start the active hub, and now they're active again, and they're going to start shooting. Red built up about a 50, 60-point lead. Now let's see if blue can close that gap and to overtake red. 81-19, the Tiger Botics putting a lot of fuel cells in. Blue has closed the gap, but they haven't taken the lead yet. Now they tie it up, and they go into the lead, but now red is active, and they overtake blue right away here in the 4th stage. So red building on that lead in stage number 4. Team 364 for red, Fusion. Looks like they are not driving in the middle of the field there. Tough break for the Red Alliance. We enter into the end game. The Blue Alliance now putting a lot of fuel cells in as both hubs are active. But here comes Team Appreciate. They're putting a ton in over for the Red Alliance. So red still with a lead. They are up by about 30, maybe less than 30 points. Now they're shooting them up again, and they're building on that lead. 3 seconds left to go in this match. 2, 1. Pretty close match here. The score up on the board is, of course, the unofficial score. The referees are going to have to finalize that, and we'll be back soon. Nice, close match. Good scoring on both sides. And here comes the score. It is going to be the Red Alliance. They take this match. They take match number 5. They win it by a score of 467 to 446. They also had enough fuel cells to get the energized Frank points, so 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Also, the Blue Alliance scored enough in those fuel cells, so they get a ranking point as well, even in defeat. Nicely done.
And let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 6, starting with team 2393.
Out of Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3501.
Out of Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 4655.
From Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we're starting with team 3937.
Out of Searcy, Arkansas, Breakaway.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6985.
From Dilovasi, Turkey, it's Enka Tech.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 10034.
From Yilan in Chinese Taipei, it's Gamaland.
Gali! Come on. Gali! That's better. That's better. Drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 6 underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here in match number 6. Both alliances spewing those fuel cells into their active hubs here in this first autonomous round. It's pretty close. Both alliances in the 70s. Red at the end pulling ahead just a little bit. So red looks like it's going to take the autonomous round, which means blue's hub will be active in the first stage after this transition. We're in teleoperator mode, so the drivers have control of the robots. And in stage 1, blue's hub is active, and they are spewing those fuel cells into the blue hub. Nicely done. The Blue Alliance takes the lead by about 50 points, 60 points. Under 60, now they're over 60. And now we enter into stage 2. The red hub comes active. Red now spewing those fuel cells into the active hub on their side of the field. Red has overtaken blue. They have the lead now by over 20 points. We are in stage 2. Coming up on stage 3, blue now going to overtake them. Both of these alliances trying to score over 360 points in fuel cells in this match. That will earn them an extra ranking point, win, lose, or draw. We've got about a minute to go in this match, and we keep flip-flopping depending on which stage the match we are in and which hub is active. So blue took the lead while they were active, but red becomes active, and they are quickly catching up. And they are going to try to overtake, and they do overtake blue. So red now with the lead in stage number 4. The next stage is going to be the end game with both hubs active, and that's going to come in 5 seconds when we get down to under half a minute to go. So red with the lead, about under 100 points, but about 80, 90 point lead as we are in the end game, about 20 points left to go in this match. Both alliances putting those fuel cells up in the air, but red spewing them quite a bit more quickly, and that's how they've built up about a 50, 60 point lead. 5 seconds now to go in this match. 3, 2, 1. Lots of great activity, a big flurry at the end by blue. They cut the gap quite a bit. Was it enough to take the lead? We're gonna find out as soon as the referees get back to us with an official score. Hang on to your seats, folks. All right, we got a score coming up. And it is the Red Alliance. They take the match by a score of 500 to 455. So red scored enough fuel cells that they not only got the energized ranking point to make it 4 ranking points, they got the supercharged ranking point to give them 5 ranking points for that win. Nicely done for red. The Blue Alliance did score enough to get the energized ranking point, so they do get 1 ranking point. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance as well.
So I'm going to say chicken, but what? After And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 7, starting with team 5705.
Out of Torreon, Mexico, it's Desert Equals.
Joining them in the middle team, 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bullabats.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 3082 Chicken Butt What?
Out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, it's Chicken Pot Pie.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 5930.
Out of Pequot Lakes, Minnesota, the Patriots.
Joining them in the middle team, 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, RoboForce.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, Cyber Tribe.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 7 underway. 5 of the 6 robots active here. 3 on blue, 2 on red. Early advantage to the Blue Alliance here in autonomous on Galileo. There comes red trying to close that gap, but blue with another flurry as they take this autonomous round. We go into teleoperator mode. Red is going to be active on the first shift after this transition. And now the red hub is the only active hub as red tries to close the gap. About 130-point lead, though, for the Blue Alliance at the beginning of this match. What an autonomous round for blue. So red is active, scoring those fuel cells as they line up. 37-53, the Bullabots putting them in. And now here comes shift number 2, and the Blue Alliance again is active. That stream of yellow fuel cells looking like mustard being put onto a hot dog. Holy cow. Big advantage for the Blue Alliance with 1.5 minutes to go. About 130, 200, over 200-point lead now for the Blue Alliance. They are putting on a clinic here with still over 1 minute to go. We are in the 3rd shift now. The Red Alliance has an active hub. So 37-53, the Bullabots again putting those fuel cells into that red active hub. Now we are in the shift number 4. The Blue Alliance, the blue hub is active. They are scoring. They are up over 360 points now. So the Blue Alliance is going to get the energized ranking point. They are now shooting for the supercharged ranking point. Let's see if blue can do it. They need to get over 500 fuel cell points to get it. They have a chance. Under 20 seconds, though, to go in the match. Here come the Bullabots for red, putting some in for red as well. We are now down to 10 seconds. Blue furiously trying to get up over 500 in the fuel score. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Time expires, match number 7. All right, we got a score, and it is the Blue Alliance. They win it with 537 points by a score of 537 to 167. They did indeed get over 500 fuel cell points, so they get 2 extra ranking points for being supercharged in the fuel. So 5 ranking points total for the winning Blue Alliance. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 8, starting with team 5577.
Out of Detroit, Michigan, it's Kinematic Wolves.
Joining them in the middle team, 1506.
Out of Flint, Michigan, Metal Muscle.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got team 51.
And all Michigan Alliance out of Pontiac, Michigan, Wings of Fire.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
Joining them in the middle team, 5181.
Out of Windmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, it's the Bedford Express. It's all Michigan and Pennsylvania teams in this match, folks.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 8 underway here in Archimedes. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here. Both blue and red putting quite a few fuel cells into their respective hubs. It's close here in the autonomous round. And it looks like the Blue Alliance with a slight lead. So blue takes autonomous. Red is gonna start off active in the first shift. Both teams scoring here in transition, and now we enter into the full first shift. The red hub is active, and the Red Alliance scoring some of those fuel cells in the early going here. Red with a slight lead. Scoring again here in shift number 1. They've got about a 30-point lead, 40-point lead here. They get it up over 50, and now the Blue Alliance takes over. Shift number 2, blue hub is active, and blue teams putting those fuel cells up into the blue hub. The Red Alliance, though, putting all of the fuel cells that they can over onto the red side of the field. Looks like some good queso dip to put some nachos in. And now the red hub goes active, and red trying to shoot them in, collecting those balls. We've got 1506, the Metal Muscle. Now they're full, and now they're shooting them in. Meanwhile, 1023, the Bedford Express for blue, filling their robot full of fuel cells, and as their hub goes active in shift number 4, they start spewing them in. It keeps going back and forth. Red had the lead. Blue closing it down here in shift number 4. They're just a couple points behind, and now they put some more in, and they overtake red at the end of shift number 4. But at the end of this shift, we go into the end game, and both hubs will be active. So about a 50-point lead for the Blue Alliance and both hubs are active. Red spewing those fuel cells in quickly, closing down the gap, and there are only 5 points separating these two alliances here with 15 seconds to go. Red in the lead. Blue keeping it close, though. We're under 10 seconds to go. This one's going to go down to the wire. Under 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. And in the unofficial scoring, it looks like red with the advantage. Let's wait on the referees, though, to tell us how it runs. All right, a score coming up. And it is indeed the Red Alliance. They win by a score of 491 to 462. Earning an extra ranking point for going over the threshold of fuel cells. So 4 ranking points for red. Blue did it as well, and they get a ranking point. Nicely done by everybody here in this match.
And let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 9, starting with team 1533.
From Greensboro, North Carolina, it's Triple Strange.
Joining them in the middle is team 10980.
From Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 9496.
Out of Spindale, North Carolina, Link.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 3243.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, it's the Amperes.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2231.
From Shoham, Israel, it's Onyx Tronics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 11417.
From Denver, North Carolina, Nano Knights.
Drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 9 underway here at Galileo. 5 of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous. Early advantage to the Red Alliance, but it's pretty tight here in this autonomous round. And at the end, Blue looks to taking over and taking the autonomous round. Red had the lead most of it, but at the end it was Blue. So Blue takes autonomous. Red is going to start off active when we get into the first shift of this match. The first shift starts. The red hub is active. Blue with the lead of about almost 50 points. Over on the red side, that combination of yellow fuel cells and all the red parts of the red side of the field looking kind of orange over there. We're coming to the end of shift number 1, and now it is shift number 2. We've got the yellow fuel cells going into the blue hub, and the combination of yellow and blue looking verde over there on the blue side of the field. A minute and a half to go, advantage now for the Blue Alliance. They overtake red in this shift. We come to the end of shift number 2, and now the red hub comes active. Let's see if red can overtake blue now. They got to close the gap first, but there are a lot of fuel cells going in. Closing the gap, it's very close. Here comes some more fuel cells. It looks like red is now going to overtake blue here as we go to a minute left in this match. So we are flip-flopping back and forth depending on whose hub is active. And now the blue hub becomes active in shift number 4. They are going to try to take the lead back from red. They're closing the gap. Still a slight advantage for red, but here comes blue and they overtake them. So blue now in the lead here in this match as we come to the end of shift number 4. We're about to enter into the end game. We go down under half a minute to go, and there's your end game. Both hubs are active now. Blue, though, with about a 30-point, 40-point lead here. So let's see what happens. We go under 20 seconds to go. Red trying to close the gap, but it still looks like blue here as we go down to 10 seconds remaining in this match. Lots of scoring here in the final seconds. 4 seconds to go now. 3, 2, 1. Big flurry by red at the very end, but it might have been too little, too late. Let's wait on the referees to get the official score here at the end of the match. All right, we've got a score coming up here for match number 9, and it is the Blue Alliance. They take the match with a score of 512 to 479. That's going to be 4 ranking points for blue and 1 for the Red Alliance in defeat. Both teams exceeded the energized threshold of 360 fuel points, so they each get a ranking point, an additional ranking point. But add that to the 3 for winning, and blue takes home 4.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 10, starting with team 614.
Out of Alexandria, Virginia, the Nighthawks.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2590.
From Robbinsville, New Jersey, Nemesis.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we've got 7450.
Out of West Hills, California, it's Jaguar Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6201.
From Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 5653.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, the Iron Mosquitoes.
Behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 10 here on Galileo is underway. It is autonomous. We've got scoring going from blue and red. Early advantage for the Blue Alliance. There comes a big flurry of fuel cells over on the blue side. It looks like blue is going to take this autonomous round. So when we get to shift 1, red will be the active hub. Blue takes autonomous. We're in transition, so both alliances can score for a few seconds. But now we're in the shift 1. The red hub is active. The red alliance able to score. Blue alliance collecting a lot of those fuel cells and shooting them over onto the blue side for when their hub comes active and they can score into their hub. Advantage blue, red trying to close the gap here in shift 1. They close it down to about 60 points, but now blue is active. They're going to try to build on that lead. The blue hub is active. Jaguar Robotics putting a ton of balls, fuel cells into the hub, as well as their partner, the Iron Mosquitoes. Over 300 points, a 200-point lead for the Blue Alliance here. And now we go into shift number 3. The red hub becomes active. The red alliance now trying to shoot those fuel cells into the hub and close down that gap. But blue has built a big lead. And now the blue robot's collecting all those fuel cells and sending them over onto the blue side of the field. We go under a minute. Shift number 4 begins, and blue starting to put more fuel cells into the blue hub. Red Alliance collecting as many fuel cells as they can and putting them over on the red side for when they're active. But red has built up, or blue has built up a huge lead. Almost 300 points at this point. Under half a minute to go, we're into the end game. Red putting a lot of those fuel cells back into the hub. But it might not be enough to close that gap all the way. We're down under 12 seconds to go in this match. Blue still scoring. They go over 500 points. Red looking to go over 300, and they do. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And time expires. A score. It is the Blue Alliance taking this match. They win it by a score of 529 to 334. They did not go over the 500-point threshold in fuel cell points. They did go over 500 in total points, but not for the fuel cell. So they get 1 ranking point for beating the 360 threshold. They are energized. So 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 11, starting with team 8229.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, the Pollock Bots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 111.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's Wild Sting.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 2054.
From Hopkins, Michigan, the Tech Vikes.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 11244.
From Üsküdar, Istanbul, and Turkey, it's Avrasya Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1768.
Out of Bolton, Massachusetts, Neshoba Robotics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
Oh, come on. Gali! Gali, gali, gali! Gali, gali, gali! Gali! You need to be alert. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 11 underway. It's autonomous, and everybody moving in this autonomous round. Big flurry of fuel cells being put in by the Blue Alliance. Here comes red, but blue has built up a big lead here in this autonomous round. We've got a red robot stuck on the hump. That's 2054 Tech Bikes, so they were not able to score in this autonomous. And here comes teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Lots of scoring here in the transition, and the red hub goes active first for shift number 1. Slight lead for the Blue Alliance, and now red, Wild Thing putting in a bunch of fuel cells for red as they overtake blue in shift number 1. Blue gathering up those fuel cells and getting ready for their scoring when they take over. But there is Wild Thing in the Tech Fight scoring again over on the red side. They've built up about a 65-point lead. We enter into shift number 2. Blue is going to try to take over the lead. They're cutting it down here. Still closing the gap, but red still with the lead here as we come to the end of shift number 2. And blue just overcomes red, and they take the lead only momentarily, because as soon as shift number 3 opens up and the red hub becomes active, the Red Alliance, all 3 robots spewing those yellow fuel cells like a dry rub over on a piece of steak, and they take the lead. They're over 360 points. We're into shift number 4. The Blue Alliance trying to catch up as they are active. 1768 Nashova trying to put in a bunch, and they close the gap, but it's still pretty decent sized lead for the Red Alliance. Here comes blue though, trying to cut it down. They've got it cut down to about 50, but we go into the end game and red is active once again. So now both hubs active. Red over 450, blue at about 350 with 15 seconds to go in this match. Blue spewing a whole bunch of fuel cells at the end. Red over 530 though with 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And time expires. Have a score. The Red Alliance takes the match with a score of 580 points. They win 580 to 419, earning them 5 ranking points. They went over the 500-point threshold for fuel cell scoring. So 5 ranking points for red, 1 ranking point for blue in defeat. Nicely done for the Red Alliance.
And now, let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 12, starting with team 1403.
From Skillman, New Jersey, it's Cougar Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1690.
From Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 4766.
From Sedalia, Missouri, it's Team Scream Junior.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we've got 4087.
Out of New Orleans, Louisiana, Voodoo Voltage.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3544.
Out of Montreal, Quebec, it's Spartiites.
And rounding up the blue alliance, we've got 7840.
From Istanbul, Turkey, it's Eminir Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 12 is underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving. Blue taking an early lead, putting a ton of fuel cells into the blue hub. Red trying to come back and close that gap, and they are closing it down, but it still looks like blue here in autonomous. So blue takes the autonomous round. Red is going to start shift 1 with an active hub. We got the transition going here for a couple of seconds. And now we go into shift 1. The red hub is active. Blue with about a 25-point lead here in the early going. But red closing down that lead and overtaking blue. So they flip-flop into the lead over on the red side. Cougar Robotics, 1403, putting in a bunch of fuel cells for the Red Alliance. Now their partner, Team Scream, putting some in as well. 45-point lead for the Red Alliance as we go into the second shift. Blue with the active hub, and they are spewing in those fuel cells from their side of the field. Sparchites putting some in. Here comes Voodoo Voltage putting them in. They have overtaken the lead. They are now up by about 30 points or so, 35 maybe. But now we go into shift number 3. Red is active again. They're closing the gap, and they overtake the lead. So we flip-flop once again as Red takes the lead here in shift number 3. A little defense going on, a little pushing and shoving between 4087 and 1690. But now we go into shift number 4. Blue trying to cut the gap down, and they're cutting into it, and they take the lead. So we flip-flop into a blue lead now in shift number 4. 3/4 of a minute left in this match. Less than that now. Coming down to the end game, where both hubs will be active in 3 seconds. 2, 1. All right, it's end game. Both hubs are active. Everybody's scoring here at the end of the match, but we've got about a almost 50-point lead, now more for the Blue Alliance. They build up on that. So Blue going to town here at the end of the match, trying to close it down as we go under 10 seconds to go. 3 seconds now, 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. It is going to be the Blue Alliance for this match. They win it by a score of 309 to 215. It's going to be 3 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
right, let's meet the teams of qual match number 13, starting with team 2491.
From St. Paul, Minnesota, it's No Mythic.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8159.
From Adasihir, Istanbul in Turkey, it's Golden Horn.
And rounding up the red alliance, we've got 8119.
Out of Imperial, California, Tiger Robotics.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we've got 931.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Perpetual Chaos.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4322.
Out of Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And rounding up the blue alliance, we've got 2813.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads. The way you bond with the inanimate objects, right?
And I guess that's why we're here with robots.
Behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 13 underway here in Galileo. It's autonomous. And we have a ton of fuel cells being tossed in on both sides of the field, red and blue. Blue with a bit of an advantage here, but nicely done by both alliances. Big autonomous round. Blue takes it, so red is going to be active in shift number 1. But nice way to start this match. And more scoring for the blue and red alliances in that transition. And now shift 1 starts and red is active. The blue alliance spewing all of those fuel cells over onto the blue side of the field, but red scoring quite a bit. They have closed the gap, and now they overtake blue. So the score flip-flops, the lead flip-flops, but now we enter into shift number 2. Blue is active, and they're trying to flip-flop the lead and take it over. They've closed the gap, and they take the lead. So it flip-flops to blue now. Shift number 2. Blue with a lot of good scoring. The Gearheads 28-13, putting in a ton of fuel cells for Blue. We go into shift number 3. All 3 red robots shooting up those fuel cells. That is like a splurge, a brewing process where they're just putting those fuel cells up into that hub, fermenting that fuel for use at a later time. We go down under a minute. Advantage red now, but we go into the 4th shift, and Blue is active. They are closing the gap, and they take over the lead. So we flip-flop back again to Blue. We flip-flopped in every shift here in this match. So nice high score, both alliances over 400 points. We still have over half a minute to go. All right, now we enter in the end game. Both hubs active. Red trying to grab back the lead. They close the gap and they take the lead. Blue gathering up all their fuel cells. They are going to try to take back the lead. We got 15 seconds to go. It is going to be close and tight as we come to the end. Red over 600 points. Blue trying to catch up. 6 seconds to go. Red is just going to town on this one with 3 seconds. 2, 1. Wow. Our first match over 600 points, and we beat it by a lot. What a match, folks. All right, we got the score coming up. Red Alliance win. It's going to be a high score. You know that. 710 points for the Red Alliance. Nicely done. They earned themselves 5 ranking points. Even in defeat, the Blue Alliance scored so many fuel cells, they got 2 ranking points for exceeding that 500-point threshold of fuel cell scoring. 5 ranking points, though, to Red in the victory. 3 for winning, and another 2 because they went over 500 fuel points. Wow, what a great high-scoring match. Let's see if we can beat this high score. 710. How long is it going to last? This is a high score on Galileo. I predict not that long.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 14, starting with team 8858.
Out of Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2556.
From Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 9572.
From Novi, Michigan, CC Shambites.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 3501.
From Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6487.
From Shanghai, China, Clockwork Knights.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 4450.
Out of Olympia, Washington, Olympia Robotics Federation.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 14 underway here on Galileo. We've got everybody moving here in autonomous. The Blue Alliance now putting a lot of fuel cells in. Red started more quickly, but Blue caught up. Now Red taking the lead back again. Here comes Blue trying to take it back. But it looks like Red is going to take this autonomous round. We enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. So the Red Alliance took the autonomous, so Blue is active in this first shift. Their hub is on right now, and they are scoring, trying to close that gap. They've closed it a bit. They have not caught up yet, but they still got some time. Let's see if they can do it before time expires. And they do. So Blue takes the lead right before shift 2 starts, but Red is active, and they quickly take the lead back, flip-flopping it. Meanwhile, the Blue team's putting those yellow fuel cells over onto the Blue side for when they become active again. But Red scoring and trying to build up a big enough lead that Blue will not be able to catch them. We go into shift 3. Blue is active once again. Blue trying to catch up. They're about 30 points behind. Can they do it? They have a good chance of overtaking Red again in this shift. They're only 10 points behind now. They still got 5 seconds to go. And there's another big splurge of fuel cells, and Blue takes the lead. But we go into shift number 4, and Red now active. And Red working on the lead, and they overtake Blue once again. So Red in the lead here with 3/4 of a minute to go. Tons of activity. Radioactive Roach is putting those in. Their partners, the Beast from the East, putting some in now. And now we enter into the end game. Both hubs are active. Olympia Federation putting them in. Firebots putting them in for Blue. The Red Alliance scoring as well. We've got 12 seconds to go in this match. About a 60-point lead, less than that now for the Red Alliance, but now they're scoring once again, building it up. It's right around 60 as time expires. Score coming up, and it's going to be the Red Alliance taking this match. They win it by a score of 492 to 429. It's going to be 4 ranking points for the Red Alliance, 1 ranking point for Blue in defeat. So both alliances went over that 360-point threshold with fuel cells. 4 ranking points for Red, 1 for Blue. Nicely done all the way around.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 15, starting with team 1756.
From Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 449.
Out of Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
And rounding up the red alliance, we've got 484.
From Havertown, Pennsylvania, RoboForce.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we've got 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, it's CIS.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8069.
From St. Charles, Missouri, it's the Super Hornets.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, what time is it? It's 2582.
Out of Lufkin, Texas, it's the Pantherbots.
Gali, gali, gali. Gali, gali, gali. Gali. Keeping you alert on the edge of your seats. Gali. We're getting better and better. By Saturday, I want all of us to be in this. drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 15 is underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here. Or 5 of the 6 robots moving. We've got one red robot that is not moving in autonomous. Advantage, though, on the red side. It looks like red is going to take this autonomous round. We enter into teleoperator. Drivers have control of the robots. The blue hub is going to be active in shift number 1. Red scoring quite a bit in the transition, though, before shift 1 starts. And now the blue hub is active. Blue Alliance trying to cut into that gap. About a 60-point lead for the Red Alliance in the early going here. Red Alliance gathering as much fuel as they can before their shift starts so they can start off scoring right away, and they do. Red putting a lot of those yellow fuel cells up into the air and scoring and building on their lead. They go up over 100 points for the lead. But we are still in the early going here, folks. This match could still go either way. Just under a minute and a half to go. The Red Alliance already over 350 points. Blue Alliance about 200 points behind, but they have time to catch up. CIS putting a bunch of fuel cells into the blue hub during shift number 3. Now their partner doing it as well, the Panther bots. As we go down under a minute, and we are in shift 4, and holy cow, Argos and RoboForce both spewing all of those yellow fuel cells into the red hub. They are up over 475 points. They're looking for 500 now. They go over 500. And now we come into the end game. Both hubs are active. There's blue. They were waiting on that end game to start. They spew a bunch in. But red over 570, 580. They're going to go over 600 points, and they do. Red going to try to get us up a new high score, but I don't know if they can get over 700. We're coming to the end of the match. 3 seconds, 2, 1. We might get a new high score. Let's see. Previous high score was 710. We have an unofficial score up on the board, but here comes the official scores from the ref. Let's see what we got. The Red Alliance takes the match, and they win it by a score of 730 points. Holy cow. New high score here on Galileo. 5 ranking points going to the Red Alliance because they had over 500 of those fuel cell points. Nicely done by the Red Alliance. That was a good match.
Inching our way to 800.
All right, welcoming our new MC, Yoji Shimizu.
Thank you, Dan. Hello, Galileo. Good to see you. Let's introduce our teams for our next qualification match. With a flag from their friends, it's Team 364.
Out of Gulfport, Mississippi, it's Team Fusion.
Their alliance partners from Michigan, it's 1023.
Out of Temperance, it's Bedford Express.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, give it up for 6985.
Out of Dilovasi in Turkey, it's Enkatak.
And over on the Blue Alliance, let's welcome Team 6665.
From Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
Their alliance partners, Team 7183.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance is Team 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 16 is underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving. Lots of fuel cells being put in on both sides of the field. Early advantage to the Red Alliance. They keep on coming. Here comes Blue trying to come back, but it looks like the Red Alliance is going to take this autonomous round. So Blue is going to start shift 1 active. And here they go. Red with about a 40-point lead, but Blue quickly cutting into that. Just about have it tied here. And now they're going to overtake them. So Blue with the lead here in shift number 1. We are way in the early going of this match. This promises to be one of those matches that flip-flops back and forth. And here comes shift 2. Red trying to close down that gap. Blue is up by about 50 points, but Red closing into it. They're just barely down by a few points. They tie it, and they take over. This match is going to be a crazy seesaw event, just like a wing nut. Crazy as a wing nut is match number 16. Blue flip-flopping back into the lead. The Metal Moose putting some in. War putting some in, both for the Blue Alliance. We've got a defensive bot, Enkatek, trying to slow things down over on the Blue side, but Blue just scoring quite a bit at will. Here comes Red, though, in shift number 4. It was the Bedford Express for a while there. Enkatek looking to score, but we've got a defensive Blue bot, the Sea Otters, pushing them around a little bit and slowing down the scoring over on the Red side. So effective defense by Blue. And now we enter into the end game. The Blue hub and the Red hub both active here at the end of the match. 20 seconds to go. Blue with about a 100-point lead here as time ticks down. 12 seconds to go in this match. Here comes 1781 War in position to score, and they put a lot of points in once again. Blue goes up to 400, 2 seconds, 1, and time expires. And the Blue Lions took that match 414 to 317. They earned 4 ranking points in that win. Nicely done.
All right, let's introduce our teams for our next qualification match. Over on the red lights, Chicken Bod what?
Out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, it's Chicken Pot Pie.
Their Alliance Fighters Team 94-96.
Out of Spindale, North Carolina, it's Link.
And from Austin, Texas, Team 2468.
Out of Austin, Texas, it's Team Appreciate.
And over on the blue lines, let's meet these 3 great teams. We start with Team 5705.
Out of Torreon, Mexico, it's the Desert Eagles.
Their Alliance Fighters Rookies 11-214.
From Bainbridge, Georgia, the Cybercats.
And this is not a rookie team, baby. This is Hall of Fame, Team 16.
From Mountain Home, Arkansas, the Bomb Squad.
We've got a thumbs up, drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 17 is underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving. Advantage here in the early going of Autonomous is going to the Red Alliance. They are putting plenty of fuel cells into the Red Hub, and they are going to take the Autonomous round with over 100 points. Nicely done. So Blue is going to start shift 1 with an active hub. And here comes Blue. Bomb squad, number 16 for Blue, collecting a ton of fuel cells, going over the hump, getting in position to shoot. And here comes the bomb squad, shooting them in. Nicely done for number 16 on the Blue. So Blue trying to cut into that lead that Red took in the Autonomous round. We've got a piece of Robot Carnage on the middle of the field. Not sure what robot that came off of, but that is just sitting in the middle of the field. Meanwhile, tons of red fuel cells being put in by Team Appreciate. Then the Lynx put them in as well for Red. So Red over 250 points. Here in the early going, we're in shift number 3. So Blue Hub becomes active again. They're down by 200 points though here with over a minute to go in the match. 94-96 Link spewing a bunch of those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. 2 red robots over on the blue side trying to collect as many fuel cells as possible for when it's their turn to shoot again. And we enter into shift number 4, and now Red is shooting again. The Red Hub is active. Red with over 300 points here as we're coming and we're counting down to the end game, getting close. We go under half a minute. Both hubs active now, so everyone can score. 380 points, 90 points, over 400 now for the Red Alliance. Red going up over 450. We got 12 seconds to go in the match. Red Alliance is going to try to go for that 500 point threshold. I don't know if they're going to make it for fuel cells. They go over 500, and it looks like they have over 500 fuel cells, so possibly an extra ranking point for the Red Alliance. We'll see if they get 1 or 2 extra ones. Referees will do the official scoring. What you've seen so far was unofficial, but here comes the official score. The Red Alliance wins, and they win it by a score of 512 to 64. And they do indeed get 5 ranking points. So they got the 2 extra ranking points for being supercharged. That's over 500 fuel cell points. So 5 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Match number 18. Let's meet our teams. Dan, tell me about team 39-37.
Out of Cersei, Arkansas, it's Breakaway.
And in the middle driver position, it's 56-53.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, the Iron Mosquitoes.
And the third member of the Red Alliance is 32-43.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, it's the Amperes.
And over on blue, let's give it up for team 7915.
Out of Ripon, Wisconsin, it's Ripon Robotics.
Their alliance partners, team 2231.
Out of Shoham, Israel, it's Onyxtronics.
And from Turkey, 6429.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's Fourth Dimension.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 18 is underway here on Galileo. We've got 5 of the 6 robots active here in autonomous. Looks like one blue robot not moving. Blue Alliance, though, with an early lead in this autonomous round. And blue will take autonomous. We go into teleoperator. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Early advantage for the Blue Alliance. They took the autonomous round, so red is active in this first shift. The red hub is active. Red trying to close that gap, and they've closed it quite a bit. Let's see if they can catch up and overtake blue. They catch up and they do overtake blue. So red in the lead now as we come to the end of shift 1. Shift 2 is active now, and blue is going to try to take back the lead. They're closing it down. And they take the lead now. So we flip-flop back into a blue lead here in shift number 2. Holy cow. Quite a few of those fuel cells being put up there by the Blue Alliance. 2 different robots putting them in for blue, and blue with the lead. Now red is active, and they're going to try to catch up. They were down by about 80 points, but they've just about caught up, and they do catch up and overtake blue now with 10 seconds left in their shift, the third shift. So red ends the shift with another flurry, and now blue is active for the fourth shift. They quickly close the gap and take the lead back. So the lead is flip-flopped during every shift change. And now blue up in the lead here in the fourth shift and the final shift before the end game. So they've got about a 50-point lead here as we come down to half a minute. Now it's more like 70 points. And as we enter into the end game, both hubs are active. Red's got their work cut out for them. Can they cut down a 70-point lead? Blue at about 430 points, red at about 385. So red has closed the gap a little bit, but blue still with the lead, and now here comes another flurry of fuel cells by the Blue Alliance. They're going to go over 500, or they're trying to, and now they do, as time expires. So both red and blue with some major scoring there during the end game. Blue gets over 500, and here comes the official score. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 518 to 458. They did manage to get over 500 fuel cells when you add up the fuel that they scored in autonomous and teleoperator mode. So they got over 500, giving them 5 ranking points during that match. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance. There was 1 ranking point for going over 360 in fuel cells for the Red Alliance.
All right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. On the red side from Louisiana, 37-53.
Out of Baton Rouge, it's the Bullabats.
Their alliance partners from Michigan, 2054.
From Hopkins, it's the Tech Vikes.
And one of our rookies, give it up for 11-417.
Out of Denver, North Carolina, the Nano Knights.
And over here on the blue side, welcome back team 6528.
From Gibraltar, Michigan, it's 6528, the Terrorbites.
Their alliance partners, team 614.
From Alexandria, Virginia, the Nighthawks.
And from Michigan, our Hall of Fame team, team 51.
Out of Pontiac, Michigan, the Wings of Fire.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 19 underway here on Galileo. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous. Tech Fights and Bullabots both putting in a number of fuel cells for the Red Alliance. Over on the blue side, they are scoring as well. Wings of Fire. And the Blue Alliance took that autonomous round. So they've got over 100 points. So Red is going to start shift 1 as the active hub. Good early lead for the Blue Alliance. Red is active, and they're trying to cut into that. And let's see if they can catch up and take over the lead here in shift 1. They've got it down to about 20 points. They've got a few seconds to go. Will they catch up? Yeah, they catch up, and they just take over the lead. But now shift 2 takes over, and the Blue Alliance hub is active. So Blue takes over the lead, and they are building on it. So we flip-flop a little bit. Blue in the lead. They're starting to get a commanding lead. They've got over 100 points. Shift 2 comes to an end, and here's shift 3. Red Alliance going to try to see if they can catch up and get back into this match. They've already cut the lead down to 60 points. They're trying to get it even closer, down under 50. Blue gathering up as many of those fuel cells as possible for when they become active. And the Red Alliance does actually take the lead over, just barely. But now the Blue Alliance and their hub become active again, and they quickly flip-flop back into the lead in shift number 4. So we're going back and forth as each hub becomes active and inactive, but Blue now starting to build a more commanding lead here as we go into the end game. Blue up by about 80 points, now under 60, maybe 50 points, as we go under 20 seconds to go in the match. Both hubs are active. Red with a flurry of scoring. Blue and answering with a flurry of scoring. Red closing that gap, but with 6 seconds to go, it's still Blue by about 20. Let's see if Red can do it at the last minute. 2 seconds, 1, and time expires. Unofficially from the score, it looks like Red must have been a little too late. But we're going to wait for the referees to give us the official score to see how that match ended. Maybe Red came back, but we'll see.
I was hiding behind the tower.
All right, we got a score coming up. And it's going to be the Blue Alliance. So Blue does end up winning by a score of 407 to 388. Red made a valiant effort to catch up, but didn't quite get there at the end of the match. So 4 ranking points for Blue, 1 for Red. Both alliances exceeded that threshold of 360 points, fuel points in the match, so they each got the extra ranking point for that. Nicely done.
Daniel. All right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. Over on the red side, it's 47-66.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, it's Team Scream.
And their alliance partners is 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, Neshoba Robotics.
And Team 2635.
From Lake Oswego in Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
And over on the blue alliance, let's welcome Team 1816.
Out of Edina, Minnesota, the Green Machine.
In the middle driver position, it's 6201.
Out of Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
And rounding out this blue line, State Line Robotics, 4655.
Out of Rockton, Illinois, it's State Line Robotics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 20 underway here at Galileo. Everybody moving here in autonomous. Scoring by both alliances. Early advantage looks to be to the red. And it looks like red is going to take the autonomous round. They get over 100 points. Nicely done. Blue pretty good with scoring as well in autonomous, but red had it. In the transition period, another big flurry of scoring by both alliances. And now in shift number 1, the blue hub is active and blue is in the scoring position. Red has built up about a 60-point lead, but blue is going to try to cut down into that. They've got it down to 40 already. Let's see if they can catch up and take over the lead here during shift 1. They don't quite get there, but they did close the gap. But now red opening the gap even further. Team Scream, 47-68 scoring for red. Now their partners, Neshoba Robotics, getting in position to score. They just spew a ton of those fuel cells all at once into the hub. We go to shift number 3, and blue is now active, and they are shooting. The green machine shooting, as well as State Line. Now State Line collecting more of those fuel cells. State Line in position, and they're shooting them in. Nicely done by State Line as they put in a bunch of them and go all the way to the red side of the field to collect more fuel cells. So strategically, the Red Alliance has gotten most of the fuel cells over onto their side of the field, so that is taking blue a little bit extra time to go and collect those fuel cells before they can shoot them. We are in shift 4. Red putting more into the hub once again. They're flirting with 400. They go over 400 points now on the Red Alliance. Blue scoring, they're over 200. And we've got under 20 seconds to go. So over a 200-point lead for the Red Alliance. As we come down under 10 seconds, getting to the end of the match. Another big flurry put in by the Red Alliance. 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. Got a score coming up. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 544 to 275. That's going to be 5 ranking points for the Red Alliance. Nicely done.
Match number 21, let's meet our teams. Over on the right side, it's 81-59.
Out of Edistar, Istanbul, Turkey, it's Golden Horn.
And their alliance partner is 58-95.
Out of Hightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
And from Israel, our 2024 world champion, 1690.
From Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And here are your three teams on the Blue Alliance. We begin with Team 39-31.
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, Cockadoodle Dominators.
Their alliance partners, the Crew 7769.
Out of Royal Oak, Michigan, it is the Crew.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 1506.
From Flint, Michigan, Meadow Muscle.
All right, here we go with match number 21. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 21 is underway here on the Galileo field. 1690 Orbit scored away into that Red Alliance hub. Here comes 5895 coming back over along with Orbit on the red side of the field. Blue Alliance doing a great job keeping up here, though. Looks like it's going to be a close one, but our Blue Alliance by 1 fuel taking the autonomous bonus here in match number 21. Over goes Orbit there on the near side of the field. Now they're starting to send fuel over, collecting fuel for later on in this match. 3-point lead for the Red Alliance as the Blue Alliance collecting fuel. 5895 for the Red Alliance coming through, doing another load of fuel. Here comes 1690 now. Orbit, our machine out of Israel. They're now scoring away into that hub. It's 326 to 198. Minute 45 left to go. Now here comes 2 Blue Alliance robots taking away, scoring away at that Blue Alliance hub. 250 to 379 now. Red Alliance in the lead. 1690 sending fuel downrange over onto the red side of the field. There goes 5895 for the Red Alliance. That's PD Robotics there, sending some fuel over the driver station. Now it is a 409 to 371 lead for the Red Alliance. Red now getting into their final isolated shift here. 1690 scoring away. Once again for the Red Alliance. Red now over the 500 fuel threshold, so they're going to get the 2 bonus ranking points. Blue Alliance, they're getting 1 of the bonus ranking points. Definitely have a shot at getting the 500 fuel to get the supercharged ranking point. 559, 470. Red leading now, but Blue Alliance starting to mount a comeback. Over 1,000 fuel scored now between these 2 alliances. 38 seconds left to go. Here comes 1690. Orbit coming back over with another hopper full of fuel, scoring away into that Red Alliance hub. We may have 2 alliances over 600 points here, as both alliances have supercharged. Just a few points separating these alliances. Is going to come down to these final loads of fuel here, and who can manage fuel in the middle of the field. 1690 with a ton of fuel in that robot. 10 seconds left to go. Narrow lead for our Blue Alliance, but there goes Orbit shooting on the move there on the red side of the field, but Blue Alliance starting to really pull away now as time expires in match number 21.
Score coming up, and it is the Blue Alliance. What a match that was, with a new high score. They beat the 730. They got 737, so a new high score here on Galileo. Wow. 5 ranking points for the Blue Alliance in the win. 2 ranking points, as John was saying, even in defeat for the Red Alliance. What a great, exciting, high-scoring match by both teams. It was a shame someone had to lose.
High score after high score. Here in Galileo, let's see what happens in this match. Our team from Tennessee, 40-20.
Out of Kingsport, it's the Cyber Tribe.
Their alliance partners, team 74-15.
Out of West Hills, California, Jaguar Robotics.
And also from Tennessee, 23-93.
Out of Knoxville, the Roboticons.
And over on blue, team 41-25.
Out of Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
In the middle driver position, 1403.
From Skillman, New Jersey, team Kurgo Robotics.
And team 82-29.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, Balik Bayan.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 22 is underway here on Galileo. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here in autonomous. Scoring on both sides so far. Early advantage for the Red Alliance. But blue with a big flurry there trying to take the lead, but nope. Red comes back, so red takes the alliance. Takes the autonomous round, and blue is going to be active first in shift number 1 here as we get into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Advantage red, but blue trying to close that gap. Let's see if they can catch up here in shift number 1. They brought it down to about a 20-point gap. Still got a few more seconds. They are catching up, and they do overtake red. But now shift 2 starts, and red is going to overtake blue, and they do at the beginning of shift number 2. And now they are working to build that lead. Cyber Tribe working hard to do it. Roboticons also doing it. But we've got some good defense being played by Confidential against those red robots, trying to get in her way and just slow those guys down. We go to shift number 3. Blue hub is active again. And now we've got Cougar Robotics scoring, as well as Balik Bayan bots as well for the Blue Alliance. So blue now has taken the lead in shift number 3. They are up by about 50 points, but now red is active, and they are just spewing a ton of those yellow fuel cells. Plenty of mustard on that hot dog. Hold the pickles. We're coming down to the end game here with almost half a minute to go in the match. The Red Alliance over 400 points, blue over 300 points. As we count it down, we're under 20 seconds now. Blue with a big flurry there coming from Balik Bayan. But red with both Jaguar and Cyber Tribe putting them in at the same time. They are over 500. Blue is over 400 with 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. The Red Alliance was trying to get above that 500 point fuel threshold. On the unofficial scoring, it looked like they just missed it, but we'll get an official score from the refs in a second here to see if they made it or not. Here is the official score. The Red Alliance does indeed win the match with a score of 544 to 443. And they do get that second ranking point for going over the 500 point fuel threshold. because they had the, as you look, 394 during the teleoperator mode, but they also had over 100 points during the autonomous round. So you add both of those, and that's how they get that 500-point energized ranking points. Nicely done. So 5 ranking points for the Reds in victory and 1 for Blue in defeat. Nicely done all the way around.
Let's meet our teams for qualification match number 23 here on the Galileo field. Presented by Mouser Electronics on the Red Alliance, Team 1533.
From Greensboro, North Carolina, it's Triple Strange.
Their partner, 7840.
Out of Istanbul, Turkey, it's Eminer Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance is Team 11242.
From Katy, Texas, Golden Eagle Mechanics.
They're facing off against this Blue Alliance. We begin with 134.
From Yilan in Chinese Taipei, it's Gamaland.
Team 2590.
From Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
And Patriotics are in the house, 59.
From Pequot Lakes, the Patriots in Minnesota.
We have until match 28 is the last match we play before lunch. So after match 28, we're just going to reset it like normal and then head over to lunch. And then we have about what is the time of lunch? Be back at 1. What time? Be back at 1. Because we start 15 minutes after that. That way we have at least a little bit of time to do stuff.
drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 23 is underway. We've got 5 out of the 6 robots moving. All 3 blue robots, 2 of the 3 red robots moving here in autonomous. The Blue Alliance taking a good size lead here in this auto mode. Over 100 points of scoring. So red is going to start shift 1 with their hub active, meaning they can do the scoring. 59-13, the Patriotics, though, putting a lot of those fuel cells in, even during that transition period. We're in shift 1 now, over 100-point lead for the Blue Alliance. Red trying to cut into that. And let's see if they can make a little bit of progress here. Some scoring going on by M&R Robotics. And here comes shift number 2. The Blue Alliance is on. Gamelan scoring. Nemesis scoring. And now here comes the Patriotics scoring. So all 3 of the blue robots putting a number of those yellow fuel cells in. They're over 250 points. Big chunk of fuel being put in again. They're going to go over 300 shortly. Or they'll stay under 300 at least until the next shift. Red is active now. They're going to try to cut into it a little bit. Here come the Golden Eagle mechanics. They're shooting some of those balls up and into the red hub. We go down under a minute. 4th shift starts, blue becomes active. They go over 300 points. Let's see if they can get 400 during this shift. Another 10 seconds. Let's see if they can do it. 370 with 5 seconds, almost 380. Now they're over 380. We get into the end game. Blue may or may not have hit that 400 number before or after that audio indicator that meant we were under 30 seconds. But they are over 400 now in this match with 15 seconds to go. We've got a red robot hanging. They are up at the level 2. Though we have not seen any real hanging. We've seen it maybe once all day as time expires. So nice job by Golden Eagle Mechanics for red in getting up in the air. Here comes the score. It's the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win by a score of 463 to 120. So we've got 4 ranking points going to the Blue Alliance because they went over that 360 threshold. The Red Alliance, though, with that 1 robot up in the air, got those 15 tower hanging points, or got 20 plus 15 hanging points because they also did it in autonomous.
Match number 24 on the red side. From Illinois, it's our Hall of Fame team 111.
From Arlington Heights, it's Wildstain.
Their alliance partners team 5181.
Out of Whitmore, Pennsylvania, the Explorer Robotics team.
And the third member of the Red Alliance is 10991.
From Sandy, Oregon, it's Pyobites.
And over here on blue, let's welcome 10980.
Out of Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
Their alliance partner is 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
And the third member of the Blue Alliance is Team 4087.
From New Orleans, Louisiana, it's Voodoo Voltage.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 24 underway. It's autonomous. Everybody moving here. Red Alliance with an early lead, but Blue overtaking them here in autonomous. Red trying to come back. But Blue looks like they're going to take this autonomous round. And they do. So, early lead to the Blue Alliance. Red is going to be active here in shift one, and they are. Wild's Thing putting in some of those fuel cell balls for the Red Alliance. Here come Explorer Robotics putting some in now for Red. And their partners, the Pyobites, also doing the same. And now it's Wild's Thing's turn. So the Red Alliance with about a 100-point lead, a little bit more than that. Wild's Thing putting him in from the far corner. Now we enter into shift number 2. The Blue Alliance is going to try to catch up here. And they are closing the gap quickly, and they overtake Red. So now Blue in the lead. Voodoo Voltage putting a number of balls in there. Their partner, the Deadbolts, putting some in as well. So Blue Alliance now with about a 90-point lead, and now Red goes active. They're going to try to close that gap and take it back. All three of the robots on the Red side taking turns shooting those fuel cells in, and they are over 200. They're closing the gap. They catch up, and they pass up Blue. So they come to the end of the third shift, and now Red takes over. But Red quickly catching up and taking the lead back from Red. So Blue in the lead with 3/4 of a minute to go. They're just about at 300. They go over 300 with under 40 seconds now. So we're coming down to the end game. A big flurry of those fuel cells being put in by blue, and now we're in the end game. So red has some catching up to do. Can they do it? Blue up by about 65, 70 points with only 15 seconds to go. Red trying to spew as many of those fuel cells in, but blue still maintaining their scoring. And it looks like red is going to run out of time here with 3 seconds to go. 2, 1. Okay, we've got a score coming up. And it's going to be the Blue Alliance. So blue takes the match with a score of 429 to 342. 4 ranking points going to the blue teams. Nicely done.
Let's meet our teams for match number 25 here on Galileo on the red side, 43-22.
Out of Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
Team 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, Sobots.
Lots of orange. And Team 5577.
From Detroit, Michigan, Chromatic Wolves.
And on the blue line, Team 931.
From St. Louis, Missouri, it's Perpetual Chaos.
Their alliance partner is 11244.
From Üsküdar, Istanbul, and Turkey, it's Asraya Robotics.
And the third member of this blue alliance is 3544.
Out of Montreal, Quebec, it's Spartiates.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 25 here on Galileo. Red Alliance putting a big flurry of fuel cells into the red hub. They are going to take this autonomous round. We enter into teleoperator mode. Blue is going to get the first shift of their hub being active. Red trying to score a couple of more points in transition, and they do. So red with about a 90-point lead as we enter into shift number 1. The blue hub is active. So that means the blue robots are able to score into the hub. The Spartiates scoring for blue. Avrasia trying to get in position to score as well. Right now, they're just picking up a bunch of the yellow fuel cells. Perpetual Chaos throwing cells over to the blue side. The red hub is active here in shift number 2, and they have built up their lead. They're about 150, 160 points. They're going to try to get to a 200-point lead. They don't quite get there. They get to about 180-point lead there. As we enter into shift number 3, blue hub is active. See if the blue robots can score. So Avrasai Robotics collecting a lot of those yellow fuel cells across the field and bringing them over and dropping them off over on the blue side for their partners to shoot them into the goal. Meanwhile, we are in the shift number 4, and the the red hub is active again, and the Red Alliance building up that lead even more. They've got almost a 300-point advantage now as we go under 25 seconds remaining in this match. So the Red Alliance seems to have it well in hand here as we come to the end here. 12 seconds to go in the match. Lots of scoring by these red teams. Sobots, Clockwork, and time expires. Got a score coming up, and it's the Red Alliance taking match number 25. They win it by a score of 425 to 60. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done. We are going to go up to match number 28, and then we're going to take our lunch break. So 3 more matches, and then we're going to break for lunch.
This is match number 26 here on Galileo. 3 more matches to go until our lunch break. On the red side, 64-29.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's the fourth dimension.
Their alliance partners, the Iron Mosquitoes, 56-53.
Out of Babbitt, Minnesota, those Mosquitoes.
And rounding out the red alliance is team 17-56.
From Peoria, Illinois, it's Argos.
And over on blue, it's team 5705.
From Torreon, Mexico, it's the Desert Eagles.
Team 3501.
Out of Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
And team 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, Bedford Express.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 26 underway here in Galileo. It's autonomous. 4 out of the 6 robots are moving. 2 on blue and 2 on red. Advantage blue so far in this autonomous round. Here comes a flurry from red. But it looks like blue is still going to take the round. So blue takes autonomous, which means red's hub will be active in shift number 1. A few more bits of scoring there by blue during the transition. And now we're on shift 1. The red hub is active. We've got the red robot scoring. The Iron Mosquito scored, as did Argos over on the red side. Here comes Argos again, putting them in, as well as the Mosquitoes. So the Red Alliance has taken the lead now. But now we go to shift number 2, and blue is going to try to catch up, and it looks like they're going to, and overtake red. They catch up and they take the lead. So blue in the lead with the active hub, as red just trying to gather those blue fuels, or those red fuel cells, and they're actually yellow fuel cells. And blue with a good lead of about 80 points as the hub on the red side becomes active. That's shift number 3. So red quickly cuts into that lead. They are going to overtake blue again here in shift number 3. And so red now up by about 20 points, but shift number 4 starts, and blue immediately shooting, and they are going to catch up and try to take the lead as well, and they do. So 3/4 of a minute left in this match. Blue in the driver's seat at this point. When we get to the end game with half a minute to go, both alliances will be able to score. So blue, though, is trying to build up as big a lead as possible before that. They build up about a 70-point lead, just under that. And now red becomes active, and they're trying to cut into it quickly, but blue trying to maintain that lead, and they stay up by about 70, 80 points. Red cutting into it again, but we are under 10 seconds to go, only 6 left in this match. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up, and it is the Blue Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 442 to 335, earning 4 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
Match 27. On the red side is Team 2556.
From Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
Their Alliance Fighters 8069.
Out of St. Charles, Missouri, the Super Hornets.
And Team 3243.
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
And over on blue, the Nano Knights 11417.
From Denver, North Carolina,
the Bomb Squad Team 16.
And they're from Mountain Home, Arkansas.
And the third member on the Blue Alliance is Team 614.
Out of Alexandria, Virginia, it's the Nighthawks.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 27 underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving in autonomous. Red Alliance with the lead here, but Blue putting in a flurry right now, trying to catch up. Looks like Red is still going to take this autonomous round. So Red does take autonomous. Blue is going to start shift number 1 with the active hub. Red putting in a few more fuel cells during the transition period. And here's shift 1. So Blue is active. The bomb squad, number 16 for Blue, putting in a number of fuel cells. Their partners, the Nighthawk 614, putting some in as well for Blue. Blue trying to catch up here in this first shift. Down by about 20, but closing that gap even more. They don't quite catch up, and shift number 2 starts. And the Red Alliance now with the ball. Their hub is active, and they are shooting those fuel cells in. We've got a couple of Blue robots that were over on the Red side doing some defense, slowing down. Now there's just one playing defense. That's the Nano Knights. But Red built up the score by a little bit, but Blue was definitely able to keep them with the low scoring, and that kept the score low. Blue now with the lead, and we're in shift number 3. So a good defensive round in shift number 2 for the Blue Alliance, holding the scoring down to minimal for Red. We're now in shift number 4. Blue trying to do the same thing. Red able to score more this time, though, around. Red now has taken the lead by about 20 points. And we're coming down to the end game. So there's the end game audio indicator. And now both alliances have the ability to score. Red putting in a flurry, trying to catch up. They don't quite get there. Red still maintaining a 20, now 30-point lead. But here comes Blue, cutting it down to about 20. We've got 12 seconds to go. Let's see if Blue is going to have enough to catch up at the very end. There's a big flurry of scoring by Blue, cutting down the lead, but Red now scoring as well. It looks like Blue did overtake them by a couple of points. So Blue, at the very end, got up by 5 points. Some major scoring at the very end. That was, of course, the unofficial scoring that you see written up on the scoreboard. So we're going to get the official score from the referee in a second here. And here it comes. Let's see who won this match. It's a tie. Wow. We knew it was close, but that's about as close as it gets, folks. So a tie score, which means that both alliances get 1 ranking point for tying the match. Neither alliance scored above 360 fuel cell points, so no one got any extra ranking points. So 1 ranking point allocated to each team of the 6 in this match. Well, that was our first tie, folks. We could tell it was close. Didn't know it was that close. All right, we got 1 more match to go, and then we're going to break for lunch. So we're going to do 1 more and then a lunch break. Our first match after lunch will be at 1:15. So 1 more match, we break for lunch, and then we'll be back again starting up in the afternoon at 1:15.
Match number 28. Let's meet our teams. This is our last match before our lunch break here on Galileo. Team 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, it's Bullabots.
Team 4450.
Out of Olympia, Washington, it's Olympia Robotics Federation.
And Team 6528.
Out of Gibraltar, Michigan, it's the Terabytes.
And our three teams on the Blue Alliance, we begin with 94-96.
From Spindale, North Carolina, it's Link.
Team 6985.
Out of Dilovasi, Turkey, it's Enkatek.
And Team 8119.
Out of Imperial, California, Tiger Botics.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 28 underway here in Galileo, our last match before the lunch break. It's autonomous, and we've got a lot of autonomous movement here. The Blue Alliance with the lead here. Looks like they are going to take the autonomous. A flurry of fuel cells being put in by the Blue Alliance. They go over 100 points. Everybody gathering in the middle of the field, trying to get as many fuel cells and get them over onto their side of the field for the scoring periods. The first shift is going to be the red scoring shift. The red hub is active. The red robots trying to put in fuel cells and getting points for doing so. Red trying to catch up. It looks like they're going to catch up and maybe take the lead, and they do. But now we go to the second shift, and blue now is the active hub. They take back the lead, and they just put in a huge flurry between the Lynx and Encatech robots. They put in a ton. Lynx putting them in again. Link able to collect those balls, those fuel cells quickly, and then score them very quickly. Red active now. We are in shift number 3. Blue has taken about a 100-point lead, so red has quite a bit of scoring to do to catch up and take that lead back. Bullabots putting some in pretty efficiently. Terabytes doing the same. But now we're in shift number 4, and blue is back on the offense. The blue hub is active. They've got about a 120, 140, and now they're going up to about a 170, and it's going to be more than that lead. Over a 200-point lead now. Blue just scoring in big bunches there. Red now scoring quickly. Olympia Federation putting in a ton of them. It's just as soon as we got into the end game and the red hub became active again. But blue with well over 500, and they're going to try to get over 600 with 8 seconds to go in this match. Let's see if they can do it. They do. They hit 600. They go over it. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and time expires. So the Blue Alliance looks like they're going to get a couple of ranking points for their fuel cells scoring. Red was just right around that 360 number. Let's see if they got any ranking points for that. Did they get over 360 or not? Blue wins the match. They win it by a score of 634 to 393. So the blue teams get 5 ranking points for the win and those over 500 fuel cell points. Even in defeat, though, because red got over 360 total fuel points, they get that 1 ranking point. Nicely done. All right, we're going to take our lunch break now. We will be back for the first match, match number 29, after lunch at 1:15.
Check, check.
Gali! Gali! Okay, welcome back from lunch. I hope you all well rested. And please welcome your game announcer, Renee Harrow. And let's welcome the teams of qual match number 29. Starting with team 2231!
All the way from Israel, it's Onyxtronics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2054.
Tech Bikes from Hopkins, Michigan.
And running up the red lines, we've got 4607.
From Becker, Minnesota, it's CIS.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we're starting with team 5895.
From Hightstown, New Jersey, it's Petty Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, team 3082.
Chicken Pot Pie.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 1860.
The Green Machine.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match 29. 4 robots into the neutral zone. Red Alliance, the first to strike. Blue Alliance, triple barrel shot there from the Blue Alliance. Take a look at 2054 getting fed from the human player station and firing those shots way out from their side of the field. Red Alliance just continuing to pile it on, and it's now 142 to 59. Big lead for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has their work cut out for them, but they're making their way back over. A little bit of a bump there between 58.95 and 8.16, and Red Alliance continuing to pile it on during that 10-second transition shift. Look at all the red robots just cleaning up all of the fuel in the neutral zone, while the Blue Alliance tries to score as much as they can to bite into that lead there from the Red Alliance. They're now going over the 100 mark as they continue to fire more. But now it's only less than 3 seconds away, and it's going to go back over to Red. Take a look at all that scoring from the Red Alliance. 46.07 scoring for the Red Alliance there. 30.82 playing some zone defense. I don't know if they're working, though. It looks like they may be dead on the field. Bad place to die there. But hopefully they get back up and running before the end of the match. Red Alliance still continuing to add it on. 22.31 doing some excellent job there. The machine from Israel just continuing to pour it in for that Red Alliance. Now let's take a look over at Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance 58.95 scoring some shots up high. 46.07 just swiping any available fuel in front of them and making their way clear across the side of the field. They are all set for their shift, which starts in just about 5 seconds. 5 more seconds left for the Blue Alliance to cut into that lead. But here comes big Red Alliance. Take a look at 46.07 and 22.31. Continually firing up high. 22.31 just a little off the mark there in that final volley. But as they get closer, they're able to hit and are on target. Red Alliance 46.07 just continuing to gobble up as much fuel as is available. 22.31 right behind them and continuing to score and shooting on the move. Great job by the Red Alliance. That sound now indicates that we've entered the end game. Both hubs are active, and Red Alliance with just a commanding lead here, 396 to 169. 15 seconds left on the clock. Can they get the 500 mark and get that extra RP? We'll see if they're able to do it here with the last 10 seconds. They're certainly going to try and continue to add more and more there. 22.31 continuing to shoot on the move. Might not be enough time, though. Final volleys coming in from both alliances. That's the end of qualification 29. Red Alliance with a score of 471 to 217. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
And now, let's meet the teams of Qual match number 30. Starting with team 4020.
Cyber Tribe.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1403.
Cougar Robotics.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 2635.
Lake Monsters.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 3091.
The Metal Moose.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 364.
Team Fusion.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, give it up for 1506.
Metal Muscle.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match number 30. 4 robots racing towards the center of the field. Red Alliance, the first to strike. Here comes Blue answering back. Look at those numbers continue to climb. It looks like Blue Alliance still with a slight lead, but Red Alliance coming up for another shot. Up they go. Blue Alliance now answering back. Who is it going to be? It looks like it's going to be the Blue Alliance with the winning autonomous. Blue Alliance 103 to 85 as we enter the teleoperated period. 1403 quick to strike back up top for the Red Alliance, and now Red Alliance is live, ready to strike back and reclaim the lead that they initially had during autonomous. And here they go, just 3 more shots in, and that should secure the lead for them. There you go, 150 and climbing. They're going to have to continue to climb as Blue Alliance has a large amount of fuel over on their side of the field. They're ready, and here comes Blue Alliance. Look at all that fuel being scored. 1391 scoring up high. 364 doing the same, and here comes their Alliance partners, 1506 from the backside of the Alliance station there. As they now extend that lead, 250 plus. Still 5 more seconds left. 1390 not done just yet. 1391, 289 to 189. Red Alliance now ready to punch back. Over 200 now scored for this Red Alliance. A lot of fuel over on this side of the field. 1403 just shooting on the move, doing a great job of slowly cleaning up the rest of the field on their Alliance side of all available fuel. They're almost tied up here, but they're still lagging just slightly behind. 1403 able to secure the lead, but look at that Blue Alliance. They quickly reclaimed that lead. 350 plus points scored by this Blue Alliance. 26-35 trying to play defense, but look as they all score at the same time there. Now plus 400. Can they hit that extra ranking point? They still got 35 seconds left on the clock. 1506 making their way back. Here comes another volley. We have now entered the end game, and Blue Alliance wants that supercharged hub ranking point. They're only one fuel away. Can they do it? 2665 playing some defense. Here comes 1506. Last 10 seconds available. Here they go. They get that 500. That gives them an extra ranking point. Red Alliance now trying to catch up as well, trying to get to that 500 mark as well. Not enough time on the clock as we end qualification match 30. All right, here come the scores for that last match. Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 563 to 426. Blue Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points. Everybody moving up in the standings there for the Blue Alliance.
Okay, let's meet the teams of quad match number 31. Starting with team 11, Kaka 242.
Golden Eagle Mechanics.
Joining them in the middle is team 51.
Wings of Fire.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 2491.
No Mythic.
Joining the against them on the Blue Alliance, we've got 7769. 5.
The crew.
Joining them in the middle team, 1768.
Nashoba Robotics.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 3937.
Breakaway.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 31. Blue Alliance quickly racing towards the center of the field, and look at all that fuel going in for that Blue Alliance. Red Alliance now answering back. Take a look at their response. A lot of fuel going in. Blue Alliance already on their second pass. Another volley from those powerful Blue Alliance machines. Blue Alliance already in the neutral zone, ready to take off. Big lead for them, 142 to 85. Red Alliance still trying to clean up and get as much fuel as they can. But look at this Blue Alliance able to get another volley in during that 10-second transition shift. And now Red Alliance answering back, 39-37, playing some defense. And it looks like they're going to stick on cleaning up as much fuel. They're throwing as much of that fuel out of the Red Alliance's zone. And take a look, there's nearly no fuel in the neutral zone area as Red Alliance now makes their way back over to fire away, trying to cut into this lead, nearly getting there, but now it's a Blue Alliance and they're just gonna run away with this now. Look at all that fuel going in, 280 plus. And here comes another volley from 1768 as they continue to gobble up as much fuel as is available. And they're gonna push 400 just in this shift alone. 5 seconds left, and here they go, 400 plus, as they're nearly 450 points there during their shift, but Red Alliance already answering back. 1768 playing some really good, smart forward defense by clearing out all of the fuel from the Red Alliance zone, forcing the Red Alliance to actually travel over onto the other side of the field. Red Alliance now answering back. Here comes a big volley from 2491, no mythic. Right behind them, 51 trying to do the same. 11-2-4-2 trying to play some defense, but take a look at all that fuel going in. It's going to be plus 500. They just secured supercharge ranking point by crossing that 500 mark. They're going to go past 600, folks, as they continue to score into the hub. Red Alliance doing as much as they can to pass as much fuel over onto their side of the field. 2491 has a lot of fuel ready to fire up. Here comes 2491 and 51, but Blue Alliance just answering back. We're gonna go over 700 in this shift. End game, 20 seconds left on the clock. How high can Blue go? They're continuing, they're past 700. 400 for the Red Alliance, but here comes another volley from 1768 and 3937. One final volley. Look at all that fuel going up for that Blue Alliance. Can we go over 800? 2-1-0, 800 secured. Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, here come the scores. What are the final scores? Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, a new high score, 838 for Galileo. Great job by this Blue Alliance, 77-69 now in that first position. 5 ranking points going to blue, but 1 ranking point also going to red for scoring over 360.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 32, starting with 66-65!
Sea Otters from Monterey, California.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 44-69!
That's the Raider Artificial Intelligence Division, RAID.
And running out the red last, we've got 15-33!
Triple Strange.
And now, on the blue alliance, we're starting with team 23-93!
Robotic Chance.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 78-40!
All the way from Turkey, it's Imona Robotics.
And now I'm going to introduce this team in Chinese. Rounding up the blue alliance, we got Liu Sibachi!
Clockwork Knights, all the way from Shanghai, China.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match 32. 3 robots racing to the center of the field. Blue Alliance making their way back. Red Alliance the first to strike, 44-69, able to score a volley up high, but here comes 64-87, making a second pass, but looks like they didn't get any additional fuel. Red Alliance now they're ready to reclaim it, but looks like 44-69 got jammed. Blue Alliance with the autonomous win and an advantage, 56-40. As we enter the teleoperated period, 44-69 now getting unjammed and scoring up high for Red and reclaiming the lead for the Red Alliance. 15-33, Triple Strange now pushing as much fuel over to feed the 44-69 machine. 44-69 just continuing to grab as much fuel as possible. But Blue Alliance now also doing the same thing. Nearly all the fuel just cleared out from the neutral zone area. And now we go back over to Blue. Blue Alliance's turn to answer back and cut into that lead by the Red Alliance. And look at all 3 robots scoring for the Blue Alliance and now nearly catching up to the Red Alliance. Here with this volley, they'll surely catch up, but it looks like one of the shots from 64-87, just a little too short. Looks like they were able to be on target. Slight lead for the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance now answering back. 170 plus, Red Alliance now reclaiming the lead. And here comes 44-69, another volley up high, 78-40 for the Blue Alliance, trying to clear out as much fuel as possible as well. But Red Alliance damage done. Here comes another volley from 44-69, 200 to 165. Blue Alliance now trying to come back in this match, 23-93, scoring up high, and then over on the Trent side, their alliance partners are able to do so as well, 64-87. 78-40 also firing out from back near the tower on the Blue Alliance side, and they just continue to grab as much fuel as possible. They have secured the lead, and now it's back over to Red and Blue as we're now in the end game, 44-69. It's going to be back and forth. 256 advantage Red. Now advantage Blue with that volley from 64-87. But if 44-69 has anything to say about it, here they go. They're trying to catch up. It's going to come down to these last couple of volleys here from Red or Blue Alliance. Red currently with the lead. Blue Alliance trying to answer back. Here comes Blue Alliance going back. 44-69 with the final volley. Who won that match? We'll find out in just a moment. All right, only 5-point difference. Who won the match? It was the Red Alliance. Red Alliance with the win, 320 to 315. Red Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 33, starting with team 6201!
The Highlanders.
Joining them in the middle, it's 4125.
Confidential.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 10991!
Biobites.
Moving on over to the blue alliance, we're starting with team 11244!
Avrasia Robotics from Turkey.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 9572!
CC Shambites.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 3931!
Cockadoodle Dominators.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 33. 39, 31, 95, 72, racing to the center of the line. And here comes 10, 9, 9, 1, making another pass here for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance able to score up high. Looks like all said and done here. Three more shots made there by the Blue Alliance. One more by the human player on the Red Alliance. It's 56 to 34 as we enter the teleoperated period. Blue Alliance trying to get one more volley up. Here they go before the end of their transition shift. They're able to push up that score by about 30 points, 82-34, as Red Alliance now trying to climb their way out of this deficit. 10-9-9-1, scoring up high for the Red Alliance. Several of them making it in, some of them just bouncing out. A little bit too much energy there, but here comes 41-25 answering back for the Red Alliance. A large amount of fuel going in there for the Red Alliance. They're able to get a small lead, but here comes Blue Alliance trying to answer back. And oh no, 39-31 looks to be beached on top of some fuel. They're gonna need a little bit of help and a helpful push there. 11-2-44 trying to get them unbeached, but they just can't. It looks like they still have some issues. 39-31 trying to make their way off. They make their way out, but nearly the entire shift gone. 136-85 as Red Alliance now trying to answer back. And here they go. 41-25 scoring up high into the hub. 113-136. They maybe got another volley in them. Meanwhile, Blue Alliance just trying to clear out as much fuel as possible. Hard hit in the center of the field there, 41-25 and 39-31. 41-25 able to deliver one more volley, but here comes Big Blue, 95-72, scoring up high, 39-31. Now scoring from the outside. Great job. A lot of scoring going there. Pieces from the field falling off there, but looks like that's outside the field. No problem for the robots inside the field. 39-31 and 95-72, delivering another volley. Meanwhile, 41-25 trying to do the same for the Red Alliance. It's about a 65-point spread here. Blue Alliance with the advantage, and they continue to add to that lead, courtesy of the 39-31 robot and the 95-72. 41-25, now the only running robot here for the Red Alliance. It looks like some good defense being played by 6201. But 11-2-44 able to make it up and around and make that final volley shot. Their final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, here come the final scores for that last match. Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 297-149. Blue Alliance walking away with 3 ranking points.
let's meet the teams of qual match number 34, starting with team 449.
The Blair Robot Project.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 7915.
Ripon Robotics.
And running up the red lines, we've got 8858.
Beast from the East.
Over here. Oh, and the blue lines will starting with team 5577.
Kinematic Wolves.
Joining them in the middle, it's 11214.
Cybercats Robotics.
And running up the blue lines, we've got 4087.
Voodoo Voltage.
Drivers behind the lines, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here's the start of qualification match 24-449, racing towards that center of the field. Able to score up high for this red line, 79-15, getting stuck on top of a fuel during autonomous. Unfortunate there as they make their way back over. Maybe the second attempt will be much better. 449 able to score up high, 79-15 doing the same. And 40-87 not able to make it all the way back. Red Lions with a pretty big lead here, 87-17, as 449 making their way quickly back to the field, or to their side of the field. 449 missing a majority of those shots. 110-23 there. Blue Alliance now trying to come back, 11-2-14, trying to play some defense and trying to get as much fuel back up and over to their side of the field. Flags going up for the Blue Alliance. And now Red Alliance getting ready for their shift. Here they go. 449 looks to be jammed, and now 487 making their way over to play some defense against these robots. 449 finally looks like they're able to clear out some of that fuel. 79-15 trying to do the same, but 40-87 playing some really good defense on them. 449, some of those shots making it in, just not enough energy up close there. But they still have the lead, 222-73, as Blue Alliance now has a chance to answer back. 55-77, scoring up high. And now 11-2-14, trying to take as much fuel away from this Red Alliance, and now they're playing defense against 79-15. 79-15 now making their way back over. And now here they go, scoring up high. Some of it going in, most of it bouncing out. I don't see too much going in there, but just enough and to continue to add to the lead, 270 plus to 103. Here comes 449 again, right up close to the hub. They're gonna go ahead and position themselves over to the side. Meanwhile, 79-15 and 88-58, now they're on target. A lot of those shots making it in for the Red Alliance. 44-15 and now 449 able to make some of those shots now. 300 plus, 330 plus score. Here comes another volley by 79-15. Hard hit there by 40-87. I saw pieces of robot just coming off there. 88-56 or 88-58, now scoring from the tower. There's a major foul there against 40-87 as they touch 449 there in the last second. So final scores coming up for qualification match 34 in just a moment. All right, here come the scores for that last match. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 414 to 127. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
Now, let's start by meeting the teams of qual match number 35, starting with team 4322.
Clock work.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 5181.
Explorer Robotics.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 3544.
Spartiates.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 4655.
State Line Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 111.
Wild Stang.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 484.
RoboForce.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match 35. Clockwork racing to the center of the field. It looks like we got a little bit of a collision here between 484 and 111 in the center of the field. That gives the Red Alliance a chance to continue to expand that lead, 35-44. Oh no, another collision in the center of the field. 35-44 and Clockwork right against each other. And now Blue Alliance may get that lead. They do, 60 to 54 as we enter the teleoperated period. Clockwork scoring up quickly as possible, but meanwhile Blue Alliance also doing the same during the transition shift. And now 51-81 scoring up high, 43-22 trying to do the same thing. Oh no, up and over, spraying and hitting some of the field staff outside of the field here. 111 now grabbing as much fuel as possible and shooting it over to their side of the field. Now they're making it slowly over as they now prepare for their shift. Blue Alliance now on. 111 getting defended against, finally making it up and over. Let's see if they're able to score during this shift now. Here they go. There's a single stream going through from the 111 robot, expanding that lead there for the Blue Alliance. 200 plus to 76. Meanwhile, 35-44 still having some issues from that collision during the autonomous period, but it looks like they may be moving now, and it looks like they're up and running, so hopefully they'll be able to assist Red Alliance issue here. Looks like flags called by the refs on that robot. 43-22 now making their way back up and over, scoring up high for the Blue-Red Alliance. Now it's back over to Blue Alliance with a large amount of fuel over on their side of the field, while staying able to get a volley and continuing to score there for that Blue Alliance. Meanwhile, 51-81 trying to clear out as much fuel as possible from that 111 machine. But 111 continued to score up high, 46-55, doing an excellent job of feeding their Alliance team members as more and more fuel gets made available. Blue Alliance now going to go over 400. They have 20 seconds left on the clock to be able to get that extra ranking point. They need 500 total fuel scored. 111 scoring another, only 50 points away. Can they do it in the last several seconds? 111's coming up and over, but they get beached on some fuel. Only 40 points left. Can they make it? Final volley going up. Not enough time. Final scores coming up momentarily. The scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 477 to 212. Blue Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 36. Starting with team 8229.
Bayan Bots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 931.
Perpetual Chaos.
And rounding them on the red alliance, it's team 1690.
Orbit.
And over here, on the blue alliance, we're starting with team 7183.
War.
Joining them in the middle, it's 2468.
Team Appreciate.
And rounding up the blue alliance, we've got 2590.
Nemesis.
behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Here we go with qualification 36, 1690, screaming towards the center of the field there. 82-29 right behind them. 1690 able to score such a high amount there as they're making their way back. Another swipe by 82-29 and 1690. 82-29 now getting into position, scoring another one, and here comes 1690 already in the center of the field. 107 to 140, much closer there. Red Alliance now getting into position there. 1690 just going to score and shoot on the move as they get another 40 or so points there during the autonomy or the transition shift. Blue Alliance 2590 looks to be beached on top of some fuel there. 2468 now helping them as they come up and over after they score. So 194 to 191. Blue Alliance now with the lead as 2468 trying to get another volley of shots there for the Blue Alliance, but look at Red Alliance already coming up and going. 1690 trying to eat up and gobble up all that fuel. 2468 trying to cut them off, but 1690 still finding as much fuel as available as they make their way back over to the other side of the field. 1690 now making their way, trying to shoot another 82-29. It's just a lot of firepower over on the Red Alliance side of the field. But Blue Alliance ready to answer back. 2468 now in position, but 1690 playing the forward defense, trying to steal as much fuel as possible as they make their way back over towards the neutral zone. 82-29 doing the same thing. Strategy is clear here for the Red Alliance. It's trying to clear out as much fuel as possible and making it much more difficult for the Blue Alliance to score. Red Alliance now going to extend that lead. 390, well over 400 now as 1690 makes another pass. 2468 trying to play some defense, but 1690 so well, just a well-designed robot shooting on the move even during as fast as they can. They're making their way all the way over to the Blue Alliance side of the field, leaving 82-29 for another volley of shots. End game is here. Blue Alliance with a large amount of fuel going in. 1690 trying to do the work over on the Red Alliance side of the field as 82-29 now getting into position and scoring up high. Another high amount of fuel going in, courtesy of the 82-29 robot. Here comes 1690 right behind them. We are now pushing 600. 400 for Blue, but can we hit 700? Here's another volley of shots going in right at the last moment. Final scores coming up momentarily. All right. Here comes the final scores for that last match. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 671 to 525. Red Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points, but Blue Alliance walking away with 2.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 37, starting with team. What time is it? 25:82.
Pantherbots.
Joining them in the middle team, 6911.
Sobots.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got Sakes and Fish Elite Kush.
Golden Horn from Turkey.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 10980.
The Deadbolts.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 7415.
Jaguar Robotics, sponsored by Fight Electric.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 5913.
Patriotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go with qualification match number 37. 74-15 and 59-13 quickly making their way up and over. Meanwhile, Red Alliance able to score up high, but look at all that fuel going in for that Blue Alliance, courtesy of the 74-15 and 59-13 robot. 59-13 coming in for another pass. 74-15 getting from the depot. Excellent job by this Blue and Red Alliance. Blue Alliance 162-68 as we start the teleoperated period. 74-15 quickly making their way up and over. 25-82 looks to be stuck on top of some fuel. They need a little push there from their alliance partners, and they get it from 10-9-80. Meanwhile, 59-13 throwing more fuel over to their side of the field. Meanwhile, and over on the Red Alliance side of the field, 25-82 able to score a volley of shots up there, 69-11, and now scoring up high as well for this Red Alliance. But here comes Blue. Look at all that fuel going in for this Blue Alliance, quickly pushing up their score. 74-15 continuing to score as they fire and fade away backwards, still continuing to make more shots up high. 52-13 doing the same thing, and now 10-9-80 trying to shuttle as much fuel back up and over, while 74-15 continues to spray over for that Blue Alliance. One more final volley there by 10-9-80, and now Red Alliance lighting up this hub over on the red side. 81-59 and 69-11 continuing to fire as each clean up each side of the field. And here comes 25-82 with a large amount of fuel going into the hub as 69-11 continuing to fire for the Red Alliance. Hard hit from 59-13 and 69-11, but hear the thunder over on the other side of the field. That hub just getting continuously hit by the 74-15 and 10-9-80 robot. Red Alliance now trying to mount a comeback, but Blue Alliance well over 500 already, 572, as Red Alliance now trying to score as much fuel as possible, 69-11, but here comes a major foul there to 59-13, 81-59 and 69-11, continuing to fire, but Blue Alliance doing the same, and now expanding that lead, 640, 10 seconds left to go. How much more can they score? Red Alliance now passing the 400 mark, Blue Alliance nearly passing the 700 mark, one final volley in them. Did they pass 700? We'll find out in just a moment. All right, here come the scores for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance 703 to 421. Great job by that Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance not walking home empty-handed. 1 ranking point for the Red Alliance, 5 ranking points for the Blue.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 38. Starting with team 65-28.
Terrorbites.
Joining them in the middle, it's 28-13.
Gearheads.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 47-66.
Team Scream Junior.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, it's team 10-0-34.
Gamaland.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 15-06.
Metal Muscle.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got team 16.
Bomb Squad.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, here we go. Qualification match 38, 28, 13. Quickly racing to the other side of the field. We got a red robot over on the Blue Alliance side of the field here. I don't know if that's because 1506 was pushing them all the way up and over. Flags immediately going up from the refs there. 28-13 though, able to score up high for the Red Alliance, giving them the lead 86-52. 47-66 able to make their way back over to the right side of the field here as Red Alliance is able to score during that 10-second transition shift and extend that lead. But Blue Alliance not far behind and nearly catching up. 1506 going to be able to score up high here and already securing that lead for this Blue Alliance. Now Team 16 Bomb Squad machine is just there hanging on maybe 1 or 2 fuel. 1506 able to dislodge them as they make their way back over to the other side of the field. Look at all that fuel going in for the Red Alliance now. 47-66, making up for that crossover during the autonomous period. And 65-28 now scoring as well. 28-13 right behind them and more fuel going up. Most of them a little bit too much energy there as most of them are bouncing out. 65-28 now making their way up and over, and now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to answer back. 1506, Team 16 as well, and Team 10-0-3-4 scoring as much as they can during their period. 1506 with another volley going up. Nearly securing the lead, and they do so with 5 seconds left in their shift. Red Alliance, though, ready to answer back as they already started scoring, and here comes more. 28-13, able to quickly score a large amount of fuel and reclaim the lead for the Red Alliance. And then, oh no, 1506 is now stuck on some fuel, and so we got some beaching going on over on the Blue Alliance side of the field. Red Alliance extending that lead now, 372 to 324. It's now the end game. 47-68 now hitting the 1506 robot there at the end, and they continue to play defense. Another major foul assess against that Red Alliance team. It's a dangerous area to play defense against. And now it's 437 to 448, 10 seconds left on the clock. Can Blue Alliance come on back? Team 16 now in position. 1506 now answering back. But Red Alliance, have they done enough to secure that lead? Final scores coming up in just a moment. All right, here come the final scores. Only 10-point difference. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance Alliance still retaining the win, 502 to 492. Red Alliance walking away with 4 ranking points, but look at 140 penalty points assessed over to the Red Alliance. Still not enough for the win.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 39, starting with team 8119.
From Imperial, California, it's Tiger Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8069.
Super Hornets.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 3937.
Breakaway.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 5653.
Iron Mosquitoes.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 5895.
Petty Robotics.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 1403.
Cougar Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 39, a race towards the center of the field. Blue Alliance, Red Alliance, 81-19 making their way back over. Looks like we got a volley of shots going in as they make over for their second pass. 2 Blue Alliance making it over, another 2 Red Alliance making it over, but it looks like 81-19 is going to stay on this side of the field in the neutral zone. Blue Alliance with the slight lead, 82-77 as we enter the qualification or the teleoperated period. 81-19 quickly able to regain the lead for the Red Alliance. 81-19 able to score a volley of shots, at least 40 there during that last 10-second transition shift. And they continue to add to that lead, 160 plus shots, and it's raining shots over here from this 1403 robot. But 5653 having some issues with their robot in the center of the field. Not sure if it's communication issues, but hopefully they'll get up and running here in just a moment. Red Alliance is now making their way, but Blue Alliance's turn to answer back. And look at all that fuel making it clear across the field, courtesy of that 81-19 robot. Excellent strategy being played out here by the Red Alliance side. Red Alliance effectively just draining all the fuel from the Blue Alliance side of the field. And now they're working on the neutral side. Blue Alliance with a lead, but it's a slight lead as Red Alliance now gets into position, ready to score up high, 81-19, a high amount of fuel scored up into the hub. Meanwhile, 81-19 or 39-37 continuing to do some cleanup work for this Red Alliance. 80-69 seems to be out for the match as well. Hopefully they'll get up and running, but it looks like FTA's already handling it with that alliance. Blue Alliance now trying to cut into that lead. And again, you see the Red Alliance playing forward defense, 81-19 and 39-37, clearing out all the field. Look at it as they make it all the way across to their side of the field. Less work that needs to be done in the neutral zone, but here they go cleaning up 81-19, the neutral zone area, and trying to make their way up and over to their side of the field as we enter the end game. Blue Alliance with the lead, but Red Alliance trying to reclaim that lead. Blue Alliance continuing to add more and more shots. 58-95 coming right behind them for the Blue Alliance. Another volley of shots, and they still maintain the lead. Red Alliance trying to catch back up. Here comes another volley of shots, but Blue Alliance just continues the defense over on their side of the field. It's going to be close. It's going to be who has the last volley. And it looks like it's Blue, but we'll find out who took this match in just a moment. All right, final scores coming out for that last match. It's the Blue Alliance with the win. Blue Alliance, 490 to 454. Just 10 points away, or 10 fuel away from getting that extra ranking point, but they're walking home with 4 ranking points. Red Alliance also walking back to the pits with 1.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 40, starting with team 40-20.
Cyber Tribe.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1750C.
Argos.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 7769.
The Crew.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 6985.
Encatech.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1533.
Triple Strange.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 2054.
Tech Bikes.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Qualification match 40 for blue and red robots racing to the center of the field. 77-69 already working on their second swipe. Here comes 40-20 as well, making their way back up and over. A lot of fuel being scored by both alliances. Red Alliance already over 100. Blue Alliance at 85, 132 to 85 as we enter the teleoperated period. Quickly, Red Alliance making it up and over and scoring up high for the Red Alliance, 77-16 and 17-56, able to add at least 40 more during that 10-second transition period. And now it's back over to Blue. Blue Alliance needs to cut into that lead. Here they go, 10-54 along with 69-85 and Triple Strange, able to score up high and now nearly securing that lead. And with this final volley from the 2054 robot, they do so, but Red is set for striking back. 1756 and 4020 and 7769. A triple barrel shot here as they continue to score into the hub. Unimpeded, 77-69 in for another volley. This is their third volley during their shift. Excellent fuel management and speed in scoring, 386 to 211. A commanding lead by this Red Alliance, but Blue Alliance continuing to peg away here. 2054 just cleaning up as much of the available fuel up against their side of the wall, while Red Alliance members just trying to clear out as much fuel as possible from the neutral zone. Here comes the Red Alliance now. Look at all that fuel going in from this Red Alliance. 1756, 2769, able to score up high. And here they go into the neutral zone, trying to catch as much of that fuel that they just scored in the neutral zone. Meanwhile, 1756 cleaning up from the backside. And two trench shots going in. 69-85 trying to play some defense. 1533 trying to do the same as well. But they're well over the 590 mark. They will be over 600. Can they continue to add to that score? They will try. 630 to 363. It's like it's out of reach as we have only 10 seconds. But Blue Alliance trying to get that extra ranking point. Not enough time to get to 500. Red Alliance just continuing to pour it on past 700. Final scores coming up momentarily. All right, here come the scores for that final match. Red Alliance wins. Red Alliance with the win, 762 to 408. Red Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points, 77-69, continuing to hold that #1 spot here on Galileo.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 41, starting with team 3243.
And Piers.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3501.
Firebots.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 1768.
Nashoba Robotics.
Over here on the blue alliance, we've got 6487.
Clockwork Knights.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 11244.
Abrasia Robotics.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 1391.
The Metal Moose.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go with qualification match 41. Two Red Alliance teams rushing towards the center of the field. Look at all that fuel being scored by 1768. 3501 right behind them. 1768 going for another volley here, as Blue Alliance only able to score about 18, but Red Alliance just continuing to pour it on. There we go, 1391 scoring for the Blue Alliance, but Red Alliance 111-48 as the Firebots quickly score during their 10-second transition shift. 32-43 and 17-68 both scoring up high, getting another volley in there and extending that lead now 155-50 plus, but 1391 able to score for the Blue Alliance. 11-2-44 in position as well. Hard hit to the side of the field here, 32-43, but 1391 continuing to score for the Blue Alliance and cutting into that Red Alliance lead. But here comes Red Alliance. Look at all that fuel getting scored by the Red Alliance. 1768 already refueled and ready to fire up again. Here they go for another volley. Firebots right behind them. Here comes 1768, and now here comes 32-43. Excellent work and teamwork here in collaboration by the Red Alliance. They continue to pour it in, and just at the end of their first shift, it's already 380 plus. We may see another high score coming out of this Red Alliance here. Blue Alliance now trying to mount a comeback, 1391, clearing out and grabbing as much fuel as possible. Here they go with another volley of shots. as they go and grab more fuel available over on their side of the field, quickly releasing that fuel available that's there. Red Alliance already scoring for the passing the 400 mark, 1768 and 3501, just continuing to make it pour fuel into that hub. And here comes another shot from the 3243 robot. They continue to push. They just secured that supercharged ranking point by scoring 500 fuel in this match. It's not even the end game yet. Here's the end game. How much more can they push? 1768 and 3501 continue to score as much as possible. Now a lot of fuel in the center of the field as both 3501 and 1768 making their way back over. 1768, another volley of shots. We're gonna go well over 700. 10 seconds left on the clock. Do they got another volley in them? Firebots making another shot. Here comes 1768 with another shot. Here comes Firebots with a final shot there, right at the last moment. Final scores coming up for match 41 momentarily. All right, final scores coming up on the screen. Red Alliance with the win. Red Alliance 749 to 268. Red Alliance walking away with 5 ranking points.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 42. I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew, starting with Shtaim Shtaim Shalom Echad!
Out of Shoham, Israel, Anextronics.
Joining them in the Middle East, 4469.
From Federal Way, West Washington, it's Raid.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 5577.
From Detroit, Michigan, Kinematic Wolves.
Over here, on the Blue Alliance, we've got 9572.
Out of Novi, Michigan, CC Shambite.
Joining them in the Middle East team, 2491.
From St. Paul, Minnesota, it's No Mythic.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 2635.
From Lake Oswego, Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 42 underway here in Galileo. Everybody moving here in match number 42, autonomous. 5 of the 6 are moving. The Red Alliance looks like they have the advantage here in the autonomous round, over 126 points. And we enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. Look at that barrage of fuel cells coming in on the blue side. Blue is active first because red did win the autonomous round. Wow. And now, get ready for shift number 2. Red becomes active. The red hub is active. Raid putting in a number of fuel cells, as well as Onyxtronics. And here comes Raid again, putting in more. So those 2 red robots really putting a lot of points in. No Mythic on the blue side, 2491, putting a lot of fuel cells over on the blue side. And now the blue hub becomes active, and they are shooting them in. Red over 300 points, so they have about a 90-point advantage over Blue Alliance, or over the Red Alliance, or over the Blue Alliance. But the Blue Alliance now trying to close that gap. They've got about 250 points now, but now red comes active as we enter into the 4th shift, and they are building on their lead. Over 100 points, over 150 points. They are over 400 total, and red with a commanding lead. They're trying to make it a 200-point lead, and they get it. So up by over 200 points, and now we're going to enter into the end game. Both hubs are active. Blue putting in a big barrage, led by No Mythic. But they're going to be a case of too little, too late, probably by the end of this. Red is going to be over 500. Blue has got 319. We'll see if they can get up to 350, maybe 400, but only 6 seconds to go in this match. 3 seconds now, 2, 1, and time expires. All right, we got a score coming up. And the Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 593 to 394. 5 ranking points going to the red teams because they did score over 500 fuel cell points. 1 ranking point goes to the blue teams because they did get over 360 fuel points. Nicely done.
Let's meet our teams for match number 43 on Galileo. We begin with the Red Alliance and team 11214.
From Bainbridge Court, Georgia, it's the Cybercats.
Their alliance partner is the Green Machine, 1816.
Out of Edina, Minnesota, the Green Machine.
And the third member of the Red Alliance, team 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, the Bedford Express.
And over on the Blue Alliance, welcome back team 2393.
From Knoxville, Tennessee, the Roboticons.
Joining them is team 4087.
Out of New Orleans, Louisiana, Voodoo Voltage.
And the third member of this amazing Blue Alliance is team 364.
From Gulfport, Mississippi, Team Fusion.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 43 underway. It's autonomous here on Galileo, and everybody is moving. A flurry of fuel cells put in on both the blue and the red. It's fairly tight here in autonomous. Very close, within 1 point of each. Let's see who's going to win this autonomous round. It looks like red. Red takes the autonomous, which means blue will go active first when we get into shift 1. Red trying to take advantage of the transition period, and now we're in shift 1, and the blue hub is the only one active. So the blue robots shooting in, the Roboticons putting in quite a few of those fuel cells for that Blue Alliance. Couple more coming in from Team Fusion as we come to the end of shift 1. Shift 2 is in play now. The red hub has become activated and fuel cells being thrown in by those red robots. The Green Machine, Bedford Express especially, putting in fuel cells. Red has taken a lead of about 50 points now as we enter into the third shift. Now blue is active. The red hub is turned off, blue hub is on, and they're shooting in. There's Team Fusion putting them in. Here come their partners, the Roboticons. They're trying to get it free. There they go. Having problems getting their stream to come out though, so Team Fusion now shooting again. We now go into shift number 4. Red is active, and here comes the Bedford Express and the Green Machine both shooting up. The Red Alliance still with about a 30-point lead here. And now that we're in the end game, both hubs become active. So red is still trying to maintain their lead, but blue trying to get in there and see if they can pull it off at the last second. Pull back a comeback. We got 14 seconds to go. They're running out of time. 30-point lead now for the Red Alliance, and we're under 10 seconds. Here's the final countdown. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. We got a score. The Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 323 to 269. It's going to be 3 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Let's meet our teams for our next qualification match over here on the Red Alliance in this match. Our first 2 teams are both from Las Vegas. We begin with 71-83.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
And also from Vegas, it's 82-29.
That is Balik Bayan Bats.
And rounding out the Red Alliance from Wisconsin, it's 7915.
Out of Ripon, Wisconsin, it is Ripon Robotics.
They are facing off against these 3 teams. We begin with team 7840.
Out of Istanbul, Turkey, Eminer Robotics.
In the middle driver position, 6201.
From Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance team, 3753.
From Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bolabots.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 44 on Galileo. It is autonomous. 5 of the 6 robots are moving here in autonomous. A flurry of fuel cells being put in by blue and red. Red putting in more than blue, so they have an advantage here. But blue trying to catch up. It looks like red is going to take the autonomous round, though. So we enter into teleoperator mode. Red with the advantage. That means blue is going to be the active hub in the first shift, which begins now. So blue robots are shooting their fuel cells into the shift now. Right now, the Bullbots putting in most of them. Their partners are also helping out Eminar Robotics. And here come the Bullbots again. So blue taking a lead. They're up by about 50 points here as we enter into shift number 2. And just a huge number of fuel cells being put in by all 3 of the red robots taking turns shooting into the red hub. They have taken the lead. They're up by about 60 points right now as they come, maybe 70 almost, as they come to the end of shift number 2, and now we're in shift 3. Blue hub activated once again. 3753, the Bullbots, putting in those fuel cells for blue. Here come their partners, Eminar, 7840, and now the Bullbots putting them in again. Blue has tied up the score, but now we go into shift number 4, and red again taking control. They grab back the lead, and they are just flying those fuel cells into the hub. War putting them in. Balak Bayan putting them in. They are going to town. And here we are in the end game. Blue turning on their hub once again. They're going to try to catch up, but red now has built up about a 100-point lead. Only 15 seconds to go. It is going to be very difficult for them to catch up. So here's the end game. We're under 10 seconds. Another fury by red. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. Score, and it is the Red Alliance taking the match by a score of 464 to 300. That's 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
So they preload 6 pieces they can, sorry, 8 pieces if they want to. That's still clever. That's the plus or minus 25. So if I don't do plus or minus 25 is roughly what they have on the what they will have on the Yeah, we were talking about it a bunch of weeks ago. What would be cool is like if you hung in your non-transition phase, you got to choose either go get balls or sit hang. And then you get points that way, but it like helps, you know, spread the wealth. You get that. No one is like there's only one robot so far. My entire
Match number 45. We're going to meet our teams over on the Red Alliance. One of our teams from Texas. What time is it? Their Alliance partners, Patriotics 59.
Out of Pequot Lake, Minnesota, it's the Patriotics.
And rounding out this Red Alliance is Team 614.
From Alexandria, Virginia, Nighthawks.
And over on the blue side, it's Team 2468.
Out of Austin, Texas, Team Appreciate.
Their Alliance partners, Team 10991.
From Sandy, Oregon, it's Pyobites.
And Team 3544.
From Montreal, Quebec, it's the Spartiates.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, there we go. Match number 25 is underway. Everybody moving here in Galileo in the autonomous mode. Plenty of fuel cells being put in on both the Blue and Red Alliance. Slight advantage for Red. And they keep that momentum going. And it looks like Red, with over 100 points, is going to take the autonomous round. So that means when we get to shift 1, Blue will have the activated hub. And here's shift 1, Blue active. They shot a number of cells in. They went to recollect some more balls. Team Appreciate putting them in rapidly. Their partnered Pyobites also putting some in. And here come the third partners, the Spartiates, also putting some fuel cells in. Appreciate putting some more in and going to grab a few more. We now enter into shift 2. The Red Alliance is in scoring mode. Their hub is active. They close the gap, and they're going to tie it up, and they take the lead now here in shift 2. So red now with the advantage. The Patriotics putting quite a few in. Their partners doing so as well. About a 45-point lead for the Red Alliance, but we go into shift 3, and blue has already closed that gap, and now they have taken the lead. Quite a flurry of scoring by the Blue Alliance, and now they are up by 20 points with about a minute to go in this match. Appreciate putting them in from the side. We go to shift number 4. Red active once again. They have taken the lead with a quick flurry. Patriotics putting them in. Pantherbots putting them in. So we got about a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance here as we come down to the end game. We go under 30 seconds. Both hubs are active, and Team Appreciate just putting in gobs and gobs of those fuel cells. Their partners, Spartiates, also doing it, and Team Appreciate does it once again. So the Red Alliance, though, has built up about a 40-point lead, and they're not willing to give that up. 6:14 for Red's gonna hang. They go up on level 1. As time expires, the Blue Alliance cut the gap down to about 10. Red has one that's hanging. And in the unofficial scoring, they showed a lead. We'll see how the referee scored in just a moment, folks. All right, here comes the score. Who's it gonna be? It is the Red Alliance. So they take the match. They win it by a score of 461 to 438, just over 20 points. They get 4 ranking points. They got 10 points for the tower. But turns out they didn't need them. 1 ranking point goes to the Blue Alliance for getting over the threshold of 360 fuel points. Nicely done all around.
Match number 46 on the Red Alliance is team 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, Robo Force.
Team 7415.
From West Hills, California, Jaguar Robotics.
And the Wings of Fire, team 51.
From Pontiac, Michigan.
And over on the Blue Alliance, team 6429.
From Bornova, Turkey, it's the 4th Dimension.
Team 111.
From Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's Wild Sting.
And Team 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, it's Olympia Robotics Federation.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 46 is underway. It's autonomous here on Galileo. 5 of the 6 robots moving in autonomous. Blue Alliance putting a number of balls of fuel cells into the blue hub. Likewise for the Red Alliance, advantage Red here in the autonomous round. So Red takes autonomous. Blue is going to be active first here as they take the first shift with the active hub. Wild Sting putting some fuel cells in. Their partners, Olympia Federation, getting ready to shoot. And they start shooting them in as well. Meanwhile, Wings of Fire over on the blue side to steal some of those fuel cells and bring them on the red side. Their partners, RoboForce, doing the same. We enter into shift number 2, and the Red Alliance going to town. With 3 robots putting those fuel cells up into the hub at the same time for Red. All 3 of them doing it. Meanwhile, on the blue side, you've got Wild Sting, you've got Olympia Federation. They are putting those fuel cells over to blue, and now their hub goes active as we get shift 3. Wild Sting shooting them in. Olympia lined up, takes them a little bit to get lined up so they can start shooting. So they are still waiting to shoot. Wild Sting, though, shooting them in there for the Blue Alliance. Here they come. Here comes Olympia. Red, though, was ready right away to shoot them in, and they do so. The Red Alliance up with 470 points now. They're building a pretty good lead. They've got over 150-point lead, about 170-point lead now over the Blue Alliance. We come to the end of the 4th shift, and we go into the end game. Blue Alliance shooting and the Red Alliance both at the same time now as we come to the end of the match. Red Alliance with 550 points. Blue looking to get over 400, but they are not going to get to 550. So the Red Alliance, with less than 10 seconds to go, has a pretty commanding lead. They're trying to get over 600, and they do. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and time expires. Final score, the Red Alliance wins that match. They take it with a score of 621 to 439. 5 ranking points for the winning Red Alliance. They got over 500 fuel cell points. That's how they got those extra 2 ranking points. The Blue Alliance with over 360 fuel cells gets 1 ranking point.
Match number 47, let's meet our teams. We begin with 39-31.
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, it's Cockadoodle Dominators.
Their alliance partners, 46-55.
Out of Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
And 28-13.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearheads.
And over on the Blue Alliance, team 6665.
From Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
Their alliance partners, Chicken Bot what?
Out of Minnetonka, Minnesota, Chicken Bot Pie.
And last but not least on the Blue Alliance, team 2556.
Out of Niceville, Florida, the Radioactive Roaches.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 47 underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving in autonomous mode here on Galileo. Red Alliance with an early lead, but Blue trying to catch up, and they do, and they overtake Red. But Red coming back now. Looks like Red is going to take the autonomous round with a big flurry at the end there. So during the transition, everybody's shooting, but here comes shift 1, and now the blue hub is activated. The red hub is turned off, and the Blue Alliance shooting their fuel cells into the blue hub. Radioactive roaches putting those fuel cell balls in while their partners going and collecting more balls and playing some defense. Roach is putting more in. Sea Otters trying to play some defense, keeping the Cockadoodle Dominators out of position. Cockadoodle finally getting over to the red side, but Chicken Bop Pie still pushing them around. Now they're shooting them in, and they score a lot very quickly. But the Sea Otters playing some tough defense on the Dominators and really slowing down their progress and slowing down the scoring of the Blue Alliance. The strategy seems to be working. Although Red has multiple scorers and Blue has multiple defenders, so Red's still outscoring the Blue Alliance. We're in the 4th shift now with Red scoring. State Line Robotics putting up a bunch of fuel cells. Some of them miss, but most of them go in. Got about a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance as we come down to the end game. Both hubs now active at the end of the match here. The roaches, the radioactive roaches shooting in a number of those fuel cells. They're able to collect while they're shooting, and they are doing just that. 12 seconds to go. Still big advantage for the Red Alliance. Another flurry being put in by the Cockadoodle Dominators. 2 seconds, 1. And time expires in match number 47. All right, we got a score coming up. It is the Red Alliance that takes match number 47. They win it by a score of 353 to 264. 3 ranking points to the Red Alliance.
Match number 48 on Galileo on the Red Alliance. It's 69-11.
Out of Orangeburg, New York, it's Sobots.
Their alliance partner is 134.
From Yilan, Chinese Taipei, it's Gameland.
And the third member of the Red Alliance is Team 5181.
Out of Windmore, Pennsylvania, Explorer Robotics.
And over on blue, it's Orbit 1690.
From Binyamina, Israel, it is Orbit.
Their alliance partner is 11417.
From Denver, North Carolina, Nano Knights.
And Team 449.
From Silver Spring, Maryland, the Blair Robot Project.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 48 underway. It's autonomous here in Galileo. Blue Alliance taking an early lead here in the autonomous round. Scoring quite a bit. That's Orbit. No, that isn't Orbit putting them in. But Blue with a huge lead. Now that's Orbit putting them in for the Blue Alliance in the transition period. And as we go to shift 1, the red hub becomes active. Red Alliance shooting those fuel cells in. Sobots shooting quite a few in. They're grabbing some, they shoot them over. Their partners though, Gameland, putting them in for the Red Alliance. But Blue with a 90-point lead here as we enter into shift 2. The Blue hub is active. And Orbit 1690 for Blue, shooting quite a few of those fuel cells into the Blue hub. Come to the end of the second shift, we go back to the third shift, so Red has an active hub once again. Gameland putting in a number of those fuel cells and now picking them up off the ground, and they start putting another stream into the hub. We come to the end of shift number 3. And we enter into shift number 4. Blue Alliance getting in position to shoot them up. Team Orbit putting them up and in. That yellow, long yellow straight stream looks like a bit of the neck of a giraffe. Nicely done by that Team 1690. We enter into the end game here. Blue with a 240-point lead here, just under that, as we go under 20 seconds. Last minute shots by 1690 once again. They're trying to get over that threshold, and they do beat the threshold for 1 extra raking point. That's probably all they're going to get with 3 seconds. 2, 1. We've got a score coming up. Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 423 to 140. 4 raking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
Match 49 on the Red Alliance. We begin with 81-59.
Out of Adesir, Turkey, it's the Golden Horn.
Their alliance partners 43-22.
From Orange, California, Clockwork.
And the Beast from the East, 88-58.
They come from Wiley, Texas.
And over on the Blue Alliance, it's Team 47-66.
Out of Sedalia, Missouri, it's Team Scream.
Their alliance partners from North Carolina, 94-96.
From Spindale, North Carolina, it's Link.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Nemesis, 25-90.
They come out of Robbinsville, New Jersey.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 49 is underway. Robots converging in the middle, picking up those fuel cells and shooting them in rapidly. Holy guacamole. Link getting another round of fuel cells and putting those in as well. Now they're going for a third one. They fill halfway up, and time runs out in autonomous, but the Blue Alliance, led by that great autonomous mode, takes the lead, and they win autonomous. Link goes back and scores another big chunk during the transition period, and now we are in shift 1 where the Red Alliance has their red hub activated. So Red trying to close the gap. Blue is over 200 already. Red looks like they're going to catch them and maybe overtake them in just shift, and they do. So nicely done, but we go to shift number 2, and Blue is just going to town. They take the lead back. They're already up by 50 points, and they're just getting started. They still got 15 seconds to go in this shift. Blue grabbing about a 100-point lead now as they come to the end of shift number 2. And here comes shift 3. Red gonna try to come back into it. Let's see if they can. A large number of those fuel cells being put in by the multiple Red robots that are good at shooting. They've already cut it down to a 30-point lead. And here comes shift 4. So Blue still in the lead as they start shift 4, and they are now building on it. They're going to go over 500 points here any second. They're at 487. Here comes another flurry, and they go other. Well, there they are. They're over 500 now. We come to the end game. They've already earned 2 ranking points over on the Blue side. They're close on Red to earning the first ranking point, and they get it. So with the last 15 seconds of the match, Blue's going to try to get over 600 points. Red does go over 400. 10 seconds to go. Quite a bit of nice scoring on both sides. Blue at 650. They're going up for 660, 665. And probably a little bit more there as we get to the end. got a score coming up. It's the Blue Alliance. They win the match by a score of 686 to 437. It's going to be 5 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done. 1 ranking point going to red.
Match number 50, let's meet our teams. It's one of our rookies. 1-1, Ka 242.
Out of Katy, Texas, the Golden Eagle Mechanics.
Team 10, 980.
From Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
And Team 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, CIS.
And over on the Blue Alliance, Team 4125.
From Umatilla, Oregon, it's Confidential.
Their alliance partners, Team 5705.
Out of Torreon, Mexico, the Desert Eagles.
And Team 931.
From St. Louis, Missouri, Perpetual Chaos.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, there we go. Match number 50 is underway here at Galileo. It is the autonomous round. Everybody moving here in autonomous. Early advantage to the Red Alliance. They're going to take this autonomous round, scoring 84 points. And we go into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. 5 of the 6 robots moving here. The blue robot has 1 non-moving. Now it's moving. So it was temporary advantage for the Red Alliance, but now they're all moving. So everyone moving here in teleoperator mode. Drivers do have control of the robots. Advantage red. They're up by just under 100 points in shift 1. The Blue Alliance and the Blue Hub is active. They're trying to score. We go to shift 2. The Red Hub becomes active, and the Red Robot's getting ready to shoot. The Deadbolts, 109.80, shooting in a big stream. And their partners, CIS 4607, doing the same. Deadbolts doing it again. Nicely done for the Red Alliance. They go up by now about 200 points. But here comes Perpetual Chaos for the Blue Alliance. They were starting to score, but some good defense by CIS pushes them out of position, and they miss a number of those shots. That defense by CIS was very effective on Perpetual Chaos. Here comes shift number 4, the Red Alliance. Putting in a number of those fuel cells once again. CIS trying to score, but the Blue Alliance say, hey, turnaround is fair play. They're playing some tough defense now on CIS. we go into the end game. Both hubs are active now. We've got a little collision over on the bump between Perpetual Chaos and the Deadbolts. But Perpetual Chaos goes around and they come and score. In position to score. But as we come to the end of the match, 2 seconds, 1, and time expires. Red Alliance has a good advantage in that unofficial scoring that we've done so far. Here comes the refs with the official score. And here it comes. Red Alliance does win the match, and they win it by a score of 351 to 88. That's going to be 3 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Match number 51 here on Galileo. On the Red Alliance, here are 2 teams from Arkansas. On this alliance, we begin with Team 16.
From Mountain Home, Arkansas, the Bomb Squad.
And Team 3937.
From Searcy, Arkansas, it's Breakaway.
And from New Jersey, it's 5895.
Out of Heightstown, New Jersey, Petty Robotics.
All right. And over on the Blue Alliance, Hall of Fame Team 1816.
Out of Edina, Minnesota, the Green Machine.
From Turkey, 6985.
From Dilivosi, Turkey, it's Enka Tech.
And Team 4020.
From Kingsport, Tennessee, Cyber Tribe.
Drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Match number 15 is underway here in Galileo. It is autonomous. 5 of the 6 robots are moving. Advantage blue, but red with a big flurry now being put in. Catching up. Who is going to take autonomous? It looks like blue just barely ekes it out. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance. So that means red is going to be active in shift number 1. Some scoring by both teams during that transition, but now the red hub is active and it is shift 1. Red taking a lead and building on it. Breakaway doing well, putting a number of those fuel cells in, and here come the bomb squad doing the same. So the 2 Arkansas teams working in tandem. We enter into shift number 2. The blue hub becomes active. We've got a couple of blue robots now shooting the fuel cells into that hub. We also have Team Breakaway shooting a lot of those fuel cells over to the red side of the field. But Cyber Tribe putting some into the hub for blue. We go over to shift number 3 now. The red robots shooting into their hub. Bomb Squad puts some in. Meanwhile, Petty Robotics has gathered a whole bunch of those fuel cells and they shoot them all up. Breakaway shooting theirs in as well. And the Red Alliance with about a 200-point lead as we go under a minute to go. Almost down to 3/4 of a minute. So big advantage for the Red Alliance. We're counting down toward the end game here. Blue closing that gap a little bit, but it's still over 100 points for the red. Red goes up there over 400. Blue trying to get up to 300 in the last 20 seconds here. A big flurry of fuel cells being put in, both blue and red here as we go under 10 seconds. 5 seconds now to go in this match. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got scores coming up, and it is going to be the Red Alliance taking the match. They win it by a score of 599 to 333. It's going to be 5 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 52. Starting with team 6528.
From Gibraltar, Michigan, it's the Terrorbites.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1403.
Out of Skillman, New Jersey, Cougar Robotics.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 1768.
From Bolton, Massachusetts, Neshoba Robotics.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance. Starting with team 11214.
From Bainbridge, Georgia, the Cybercats.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 9572.
Out of Novi, Michigan, CC Shambites.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 7769.
From Royal Oak, Michigan, the Crew.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 52 underway here on Galileo. It is autonomous. Huge flurry of fuel cells by the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance as well. It's very tight here in this autonomous. Both teams are going to go over 100 points here in autonomous. Let's see who wins. It's tight. Oh, and Red takes it at the very end. 151 points. Nicely done. A quick blurb of more fuel cells by the Red Alliance during that transition, and now Blue works on shift 1. Their hub goes active in shift 1. Blue taking a lead. They're up about 30 points, now about 40. They're still trying to build it in this shift 1 where their hub is active. We go into shift 2. The red hub is active. They've got about a 50-point deficit to collect and to recover from. They do. Oh, they've got a lead of about 50 points, 60 points. And we've still got some more time to go here in shift number 2. So red building a nice lead, about 90 points. And the Blue Alliance now goes active. Their hub is on. And Blue sending those fuel cells up and into the Blue hub. We've got a minute to go, and we've got two teams right around the 350-point mark. It's going to be a high-scoring game. If both alliances keep this up, we're going to be pushing toward new high score. Let's see what happens. 3/4 of a minute to go. Red now over 400 in shift number 4. Still got a few seconds in shift 4. Red up to about 460, 470 here. We enter into the end game. The Crew from the Blue Alliance putting in a ton of balls, and they go over 400. We got under 20 seconds to go. 516 on the red side, 475 on the blue side, and we got 12 seconds to go. They're both going to be over 500. 6 seconds now. 4, 3, 2, 1. Big flurry by the Blue Alliance trying to close that gap. Didn't appear that they made it, but they could have. Hard to know if we got the final score here. The referees are going to tabulate it. Here comes the official score. Let's see who won it. The Red Alliance. They take the match with a score of 591 to 554. No high score there, but very nicely done by both alliances. Both alliances earn the double ranking points for going over 500 fuel points for each side. 5 ranking points going to the winning Red Alliance. 2 ranking points going to the Blue Alliance in defeat. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 53, starting with team 2054.
Out of Hopkins, Michigan, it's the Tech Vikes.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 7183.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's War.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 3501.
Out of Sunnyvale, California, the Firebots.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 4469.
From Federal Way, Washington, it's Raid.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3544.
Out of Montreal, Quebec, Spartiates.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 8069.
From St. Charles, Missouri, the Super Hornets.
Gali! 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 Gali, Gali, Gali! Gali! That was great. Thank you. Thank you all. Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, match number 53 underway here in Galileo. It's autonomous. We've got 5 of the 6 robots, maybe 4, working here and operating in autonomous mode. Advantage red. They have the lead, but blue trying to catch up. Oh! Red maintains that lead. They just hang on to it, so they win the autonomous round. So blue is going to take shift 1 where their hub will be active. Blue robots putting some of those fuel cells into the blue hub. Blue taking the lead now by about 40 points, a little more than that. Few more put in by blue here at the end. And here comes shift number 2. The Red Alliance is active. The Red Hub is active. Shots being put up by the tech fights. The Firebots 3501 were stuck on top of a big chunk of those fuel cells, but they have come free and they are roaming around now. We go over to shift number 3. Blue is active, collecting a bunch of those fuel cells. Raid in position, and they put them into the hub. Their partner, the Spartaites, trying to get in position, dropping up some balls. But Raid shoots a few more in. 4th shift is active, and the Red Hub active. So Red shooting them in now. The Firebots putting a bunch of fuel cells in. And now their partner War doing it as well. Over 400 points now for the Red Alliance. Almost a 200-point advantage as we're in the end game. Under 20 seconds. So the last 15 seconds, Red trying to get above 500. Blue trying to approach 300 with 6 seconds to go in this match. 3 seconds now. 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up. Red Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 515 to 303. It's going to be 5 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 54, starting with team 2468.
From Austin, Texas, it's Team Appreciate.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 484.
Out of Havertown, Pennsylvania, the Robo Force.
And now I'm going to introduce them in Turkish. So it may sound weird because I don't know Turkish, but let's try. 78 40.
From Istanbul in Turkey, it's Eminar Robotics.
And moving on over to the Blue Alliance, starting with team 51.
From Pontiac, Michigan, it's Wings of Fire.
And now I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew. Shtaim, shtaim, shalosh, achad.
From Shoham, Israel, it's Onyxtronics.
And rounding up the Blue Alliance, we've got 6201.
Out of Somerville, Massachusetts, the Highlanders.
Behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 54 underway here in Galileo. Everybody moving in autonomous. Advantage blue, but red also making a strong bid to take the lead here in autonomous. Looks like it's going to be blue, though. We enter into teleoperator mode. Shift 1 is going to go to the Red Alliance after this transition. So the Red hub is active here in Shift 1. Red takes over the lead. As they score, Robo Force putting them in for Red. Team Appreciate putting them in as well for Red. Red up to 160 points, about a 50-point lead now in this Shift 1. They're putting in some more, and they're going to get about a 70-point lead. Now we go to Shift 2. The blue hub becomes active, and the blue robot's shooting into that hub. Onyxtronics shooting them in. Their partner over on the side, Wings of Fire, putting them in as well. So the Blue Alliance has taken over the lead here in Shift 2, and we go down to Shift 3. Little, about a 30-point lead in Shift 3 for the Blue Alliance, but Red has quickly closed that gap, and they take over. So now Red with the lead here as we're in Shift 3. Their hub is active. RoboForce putting them in. And now we go to Shift 4. About a 50-point lead for the Red Alliance at the beginning there, but Blue quickly closes that down. Under 10, they tie it, they take the lead. So Blue now in the lead with about 40 seconds to go. The next transition, when we get down to half a minute, is going to be in the end game, and both hubs will be active, so everyone will be able to shoot. We're in the end game now. About a 10-point lead for the Blue Alliance. The red hub active as well as the blue. Red shooting and they take over the lead. But now blue shooting. They take over the lead. Now red shooting again. They take over the lead. So it's going back and forth here at the end. This one's going down to the wire, folk. 6 seconds to go. 3 seconds. 2, 1. In the unofficial scoring, it appears that red had the advantage, but there was a lot of activity there at the end, and it went back and forth. Let's see how the referees officially score it. Here comes the official score. It is the Red Alliance. Nicely done at the end by red. They win by a score of 370 to 350. That's going to be 4 ranking points for the red teams.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 55. Starting with team 2830.
From Saratoga, California, the Gearhead.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 1023.
From Temperance, Michigan, Bedford Express.
And running up the Red Alliance, we've got 11244.
From Üsküdar, Istanbul, and Turkey, it's Avrasya Robotics.
And over here, on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 1533.
From Greensboro, North Carolina, Triple Strange.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 7950.
Out of Ripon, Wisconsin, Ripon Robotics.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we got 4450.
From Olympia, Washington, the Olympia Robotics Federation.
drivers behind the lines. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, there we go. Match number 55 underway. It's autonomous here in Galileo. Red Alliance with a quick flurry. Answered by blue as well, but red with the early advantage here. Another flurry coming from red. The gearheads putting in quite a bit of fuel cells during that autonomous. So red takes the autonomous round. And as we go to shift 1, the blue hub is active, and now blue shooting them in. Olympia Federation shooting some in. Now their partners Ripon shooting them in as well. Olympia once again shooting some of those in. We go to shift number 2. The Red Alliance putting quite a few of those fuel cells in. Those are the gearheads shooting them in. Also Bedford Express. And here comes the third partner. They're positioning themselves. That's Aviarsha. Big advantage for the Red Alliance. But now we've got duo scoring by the Blue Alliance here, by Olympia Federation and Ripon, closing the gap, but it's still over a 100-point advantage for the Red Alliance. Here comes blue closing it, bringing it down to under 100. Got about a minute to go in this match. And we enter into shift number 4, which means the red hub is active again, and the red teams are shooting into their hub. Gearheads putting quite a few in. Meanwhile, blue putting as many of those fuel cells over on their side of the field. Olympia Federation doing that. And here comes the end game. Blue shooting quite a few up and in, trying to narrow that gap down. It's about an 85-point gap. But red brings it up to over 100. They're trying to bring it on home as we come to the end of the match. 3 seconds, 2, 1. Score coming up. And it's going to be the Red Alliance that takes this match. Score of 448 points to 312. 4 ranking points for the red teams. Nicely done.
Then now I'm going to introduce them in Chinese. It's Liu Sibachi
From Shanghai, China, Clockwork Knights.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2491.
From St. Paul, Minnesota, it's No Mythic.
And rounding up the red alliance, I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew. It's Shavar by Chat Chamesh.
From West Hills, California, Jaguar Robotics.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we've got 11417.
Out of Denver, North Carolina, the Nano Knights.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 10034.
From Yilan, Chinese Taipei, it's Gamelan.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 8190.
Out of Imperial, California, it's the Tiger Bots.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 54 is underway, or 56, here in Galileo. It's autonomous. We've got 4 of the 6 robots moving in this autonomous round. Advantage red. They go under 100 points in autonomous. So they will take the autonomous round, and blue will get shift number 1 with the active hub. Red scoring quite a bit in the transition to shift 1, and now it is shift 1 and the blue hub is active only. About a 100-point lead for the Red Alliance. So let's see if blue can cut that lead down. Here comes Tiger Robotics, 81-19 the score. But they've got some defense being done against them by Clockwork Knights and minimize that scoring. We enter into shift 2 and the Red Alliance becomes active, and they are scoring quite a bit here. No Mythic was scoring as well as Jaguar. Over 300 points already for the Red Alliance, and we still got 1:20 to go. So we are into the 3rd shift. The blue hub is active. Blue robots can score, but some tough defense being played by Clockwork Knights, and that really slowing down the Blue Alliance and making it hard for them to score. Gamelan's dropping off a number of those fuel cells for blue over on their side. But now we go into the 4th shift. The red hub is active, and the red robots scoring again in masses. Up to upper 400s there, shooting to go over 500 here. And they do with a half a minute to go in this match. So Tiger Robotics shooting for the Blue Alliance. They're up to about 150. But the Red Lions trying to get over 600. Let's see if they can do it with 15 seconds to go. It's going to be close to see if they can do it. I don't know. They do have a shot at it, and they make it. They go over 600 here with 4 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1. Here's the score. The Red Alliance takes that match. They win it by a score of 658 to 179. 5 ranking points to the red teams. Nicely done.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 57, starting with 10991!
From Sandy, Oregon, it's Pyobites.
Joining them in the middle, it's Sakes and Fish, Ilidukush.
From Adisehar, Istanbul, Turkey, it's the Golden Horn.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 3243!
From Salt Lake City, Utah, the Amperes.
Okay, let me hear you. Chicken butt what? 3082!
From Minnetonka, Minnesota, Chicken Butt Pie.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 5577!
From Detroit, Michigan, the Kinematic Wolves.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 364!
Out of Gulfport, Mississippi, it's Team Fusion.
drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 57 is underway. We are in autonomous. Everybody moving in this match. The Red Alliance is going to take advantage and is going to take this autonomous round. We only have 5 robots in this match, 3 red and 2 blue. So far, red taking full advantage of the fact that they've got that 3-on-2 advantage. They've already got over 100 points, blue down in the 40s. But blue's gonna make a valiant effort here, and they are trying to score. Their hub is active. The kinematic wolves shooting those fuel cells in, lowering that gap, but here comes red. Lots of fuel cells being shot up by the Red Alliance. Up to 150. They're trying to get about a 100-point advantage here by the end, and they go over 100. By the end of that shift, we go into the 3rd shift. Blue is active again. Both blue robots are out of the blue zone. 55-77. The kinematic wolves is not moving. So they may be going through a reset, or they may be out for the match. We're going to have to wait and see. But that's a big problem for the Blue Alliance. We have 1 blue robot, and they're playing defense active in this match. So not a lot of offense on the blue side. Red now over 200 points as we're coming to the end game. Coming to the end of shift number 4. And here is the end game. Kinematic wolves must have reset themselves and they started driving again, but now they stopped once again. So they probably have a circuit breaker that's breaking. Maybe it's overheating, who knows. But tough break for the Blue Alliance. We go under 10 seconds. 5 seconds left to go in this match. 3, 2, 1. We got a score coming up, and it's the Red Alliance. They win it with a score of 256-71. Looks like the problems with that blue robot were associated with radio power, with their radio. Three ranking points for the Red Alliance.
And now let's meet the teams of qual match number 58, starting with team 1391.
From Westchester, Pennsylvania, the Metal Moose.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 614.
Out of Alexandria, Virginia, the Nighthawks.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 94 and 96.
From Spindale, North Carolina, Link.
And over here, the Blue Alliance starting with team 6911.
From Orangeburg, New York, it's Sobots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4607.
Out of Becker, Minnesota, it's CIS.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 1756.
From Peoria, Illinois, Argos.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 58 underway here in Galileo. It's autonomous. The Blue Alliance taking a quick lead, but here comes Red. A flurry being put on by a couple of the robots here, and they overtake Blue. Blue coming back. It looks like they overtake Red again. So it looks like Blue won the autonomous round, meaning that Red is going to take shift 1. Their hub is active. The Metal Moose shooting those fuel cells in. Their partner is Link also shooting them in. Red going up by about 40 points. A little more than 40 here in shift number 1. Now they put up some more, trying to get about a 50-point lead. And they do. But here comes shift 2, and here comes blue. The blue hub is active. We've got a couple of blue robots shooting them in. CIS and Sobots both shooting them in. Argos over on the other side of the field, collecting some of those, actually not collecting balls, just playing defense over mostly on the Metal Moose, but also on the Nighthawks. Nighthawks putting some of those fuel cells into the red hub as we go into shift number 3. Argos, though, continuing to play some defense, collecting some of those fuel cells now and moving over to the blue side of the field. Now Argos is shooting. So an interesting strategy for the Blue Alliance. Argos, a strong shooter, was not playing offense. They were playing defense before, but now they're putting in those fuel cells. Blue Alliance, though, with the lead. Argos over on the red side playing defense again. We go down under 20 seconds here to go in this match. About a 30-point, 40-point advantage for the Blue Alliance. Both hubs are active in this end game. Under 10 seconds to go now. 5 seconds now. 3, 2, 1. All right, we got a score coming up, and it's going to be the Blue Alliance. They take it with a score of 355 to 305. That's 3 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
Let's meet the teams of qual match number 59. Starting with team 449.
The Blair Robot Project.
And joining them in the middle, it's team 5913.
Robotics.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 931!
Perpetual Chaos.
Over here, on the Blue Alliance, starting with team 2556!
Radioactive Roaches.
Joining them in the middle is team 4766!
Team Scream Junior.
And running up the Blue Alliance, we've got 2393!
The Roboticons.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 59 is underway here on the Galileo field. Red Alliance striking early here in the match, but now it's the Blue Alliance's turn to answer back. Blue 23-93, scoring a ton of fuel up and into that hub, giving the Blue Alliance a lead, but here comes the Red Alliance. A couple more shots attempted, but they're gonna miss, and it's gonna end up being a Blue Alliance advantage here as we begin the teleoperated portion of the match. Over on the red side of the field, we have teams ranked 3 and 4, respectively. Over on the Red Alliance, so this one could be a high-scoring match. Red Alliance now leading 136-108, under 2 minutes left to play. As the Red Alliance enters the middle of the field to reload on fuel, here comes the Red Alliance once again. Another big volley of fuel there from the Blair Robot Project. Now 59-13, heading over, filling up that hopper on their robot, setting up the Red Alliance for their next shift. Over on the blue side of the field, though, Team Scream Junior, 47-66, loading up on fuel there, looking to score up and into that hub for the Blue Alliance. Blue now starting to close the gap. 292-245 is our score, but we shift over to the Red Alliance side of the field. 349-245, just over a minute left to play as Blue Alliance starting to set themselves up for their next shift, hoping to mount a comeback here. A ton of fuel over in that 931 machine there for the Red Alliance, trying to take aim at that Red Alliance hub. Red, they've already achieved the Energize ranking point, trying to chase down that Supercharge ranking point as we enter the Blue Alliance's final isolated shift of the match. 25-56, loading up on fuel. Team Scream Junior scoring there for the Blue Alliance, starting to catch up to our Red Alliance, who didn't do a ton of scoring in that last shift, opening the door for a Blue Alliance comeback. But here we go, end game of match number 59, 435-399. Blue Alliance needing to reload and come back, hoping to mount a comeback here in the final 20 seconds. Each alliance has achieved the Energize ranking point. Team Scream Junior coming in, scoring more. Radioactive Roaches picking up more fuel there on the near side of the field, taking aim at that hub. Just about 20 points separating these two alliances, but there goes the Red Alliance, a bunch of fuel there, and that is the buzzer on match number 59. All right, let's see the results for match number 59. It's going to be a Red Alliance victory. Final score, 494-490. Red Alliance coming away with 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance getting 1.
And now, let's meet the teams of qual match number 60, starting with team 2590.
From Robbinsville, New Jersey, it's Nemesis.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 4655.
Out of Rockton, Illinois, State Line Robotics.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 5653.
From Babbitt, Minnesota, it's the Iron Mosquitoes.
And over here on the blue alliance, starting with team 10980.
From Boulder, Colorado, the Deadbolts.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 3753.
Out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Bullabots.
And running up the blue alliance, we've got 1506.
From Flint, Michigan, it's Metal Muscle.
The drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 60 underway. Everybody moving here on Galileo in the autonomous mode. Big flurry of fuel cells being put in over on the red side. They take the advantage here on autonomous. Blue trying to catch up though, but now red pulling ahead again. So red takes autonomous. Blue is going to get shift 1 with the active hub. But red taking advantage of the transition period and putting some more fuel cells in. Here comes shift 1. Blue doing some major scoring here as they're trying to close the gap. They bring it down, they tie it, and they surpass the Red Alliance here in this shift. Nicely done by the Blue Alliance, particularly by the Deadbolts and Metal Muscle. We come to the end of shift 1 and shift 2 begins. Red takes over. We've got Nemesis and State Line Robotics, as well as the Iron Mosquitoes, all three of them shooting into the red hub, and they surpass now the Blue Alliance. So the score flip-flops, red in the lead again after shift 2. But now we go back to shift 3 and the blue hub becomes active. And we've got 2 blue robots shooting up a storm. Metal Muscle and the Deadbolts. And the Blue Alliance takes over the lead. They pass up red by quite a bit. They're up by about 60, 70 points now as we go under a minute. Over 80 points. Here we are now in shift number 4, red hub active, and the red robots shooting them in. Let's see if they can catch up to blue. They bring the lead down to about 30, and they're still shooting. With 5 seconds to go in this shift, only a 9-point lead. So bringing it close, but now we enter into the end game. Blue Alliance going full force with those 2 robots. They are building up their lead. They've got a 60-point lead with 15 seconds to go. We're now under 10 seconds to go. Blue seems to be pretty healthy in the lead there. State line shooting them in still for red. 1 second and time expires. So the Blue Alliance, particularly in that 3rd shift, really took the lead there. Here comes the score. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win by a score of 474 to 380. 4 ranking points going to the blue teams, 1 ranking point going to red. Nicely done there. All right, we're going up to match number 63. 61 is our next match, so we have 3 more matches today, and then we're gonna take off for the night. So 3 more matches today, and then we're done for the day.
Now, let's meet the teams of qualification match number 61. Starting with team 5181.
Out of Winmore, Pennsylvania, it's Explorer Robotics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 2635.
From Lake Oswego in Oregon, it's the Lake Monsters.
And joining them, it's 5705.
Out of Torreon, Mexico, it's the Desert Eagles.
And now, what time is it? 2582.
Out of Lufkin, Texas, it's the Panther Bots.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 8229.
From Las Vegas, Nevada, it's Bellic Bayan Bots.
And rounding up the blue alliance, we got 6665.
Out of Monterey, California, the Sea Otters.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go! All
right, there we go. Match number 61 underway here in Galileo. 4 out of the 6 robots moving here in autonomous. 1 red and 1 blue robot not moving here in the autonomous round. Blue seems to be taking this round. They've got a pretty healthy lead, and they do take autonomous. We enter into teleoperator mode. Drivers have control of the robots. Everybody moving here in Galileo. For shift number 1, the Red Alliance is going to be active. The Blue Alliance taking advantage of that transition, though, and scoring before shift 1 began. And they've got about almost an 80-point lead. Blue is cutting into that lead, though, or red is cutting into that lead, as they are the active alliance right now. Shift number 2 begins, and blue hub becomes active. And the blue robot's shooting into that hub. They've got about a 90-point lead here in the early going, about a minute and a half left in this match. The red robot's shooting those fuel cells down to the red side of the field, especially Explorer Robotics 5181. 125-point lead for the Blue Alliance, but it is the Reds' turn now. They have shift number 3 engaged, and their hub is active. So let's see if Red can cut into that lead. They're going to try to bring it down at least under 100 points as they are scoring it. We go to shift number 4. Blue going to town on that. Balik Bayan Bots shooting quite a few of those fuel cells into the hub, building their lead even higher. And they are partnering up with the Panther Bots, and together they are trying to get about a 200-point lead. They're about 190 ahead right now. And we're into the end game. Under 20 seconds to go in this match. Healthy lead for the Blue Alliance. As we count down, under 10 seconds to go in this match. 3 seconds now, 2, 1. And time expires in match number 61. are coming up, and it is the Blue Alliance taking match number 61. They win it by a score of 338 to 117. That's going to be 3 ranking points for the blue teams. Nicely done.
And now, let's welcome the teams of the qualification match number 62. Starting with team 11, Kaka 242.
From Katy, Texas, it's Golden Eagle Mechanics.
Joining them in the middle, it's team 6429.
From Bornova in Turkey, it's the Fourth Dimension.
And rounding up the Red Alliance, we've got 4125.
It's from Umatilla, Oregon. It's Confidential.
And over here on the Blue Alliance, we're starting with team 111.
From the Hall of Fame, out of Arlington Heights, Illinois, it's Wild Sting.
And now I'm going to introduce them in Hebrew. It's none other than Sheshesre Tishim.
From Binyamina, Israel, it's Orbit.
And now, rounding up the Blue Alliance, we got 8858.
Out of Wiley, Texas, the Beast from the East.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 62 is underway. We've got 5 of the 6 robots moving in autonomous. Blue Alliance taking this autonomous round. They go over 100 points. So red is going to start active. They do have one robot, though, that is hanging. So they are going to get some hanging points for the autonomous. Orbit 1690 scoring in that transition period, and now the red hub is active and the blue team's trying to toss as many fuel cells over the blue side of the field as possible. Quite successful by those two blue robots that are doing the tossing while staying in orbit. Red closing the gap a little bit, but as we enter into shift number 2, over a 100-point lead already for the Blue Alliance, and now they're building up about 150 points. They're trying for 200 points here. And they do. They have over a 200-point lead with a minute and a half to go in this match. Still in shift 2. And there's still some time to score in shift 2. Let's see if they can add some more to that, and they do. So they've got a 300-point lead before shift 3 starts, and now the Red Alliance in position to start scoring. The blue team's tossing those fuel cells all over to the blue side of the field. Couple red robots trying to score. Golden Eagle putting them into the red hub as we go under 1 minute to go. But here comes shift 4. Blue hub active again, and they are scoring like a ton of scoring there. The blue robots are not acting like a bunch of sloths. They are moving quickly here in match number 62. Really going up over 600 points already with a half a minute to go. So the Blue Alliance has earned at least the 2 ranking points for fuel cells, and they still have more to say about it. With 15 seconds to go. We've got a red robot stuck on a fuel cell. That one's not moving. The Golden Eagle mechanics with 5 seconds to go in this match. Blue trying to get some last second score. They're over 740 points. Let's see if they get more when the referees tabulate the final score. All right, we got a score coming up. Blue Alliance taking this match, and let's see what that score was. They get 770 points, nicely done. So 770 to 91 for the Blue Alliance. 5 ranking points for the blue teams. Okay, we got one more match to go today. Match number 63 will be our final match of the day, and then we'll call it an evening. And we will see you in the morning after this next match.
Okay, for the last time for today, let's try it all together. Galileo! Galileo! And now we're going to meet the teams of the last qualification match for today. Starting with team 4322!
Out of Orange, California, it's Clockwork.
And joining them in the middle, it's 4087.
From New Voltage, Louisiana, Voodoo Voltage.
And running up the red alliance, we've got 7950.
From Ripon, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's Ripon Robotics.
And now, moving on over to the Blue Alliance. Starting with team 3931.
From Chickasha, Oklahoma, Cockadoodle Dominators.
Joining them in the middle, it's 2468.
Out of Austin, Texas, Team Appreciate.
And meeting the last team for today, 8069.
Out of St. Charles, Missouri, the Super Hornets.
Drivers behind the line, starting in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, here we go. Match number 63. Last match of the day here in Galileo. It's autonomous. Team Appreciate putting an awful lot of fuel cells into that hub in their autonomous, and they come back, load it up, and do it some more. Advantage Blue in this autonomous round. So they are going to take autonomous, and Red is going to become active in shift number 1. A little more scoring there goes on in the transition, and now we're in shift 1. The Red hub is active, and the Red robots are shooting them into their hub. They overtake Blue. They've got the lead by about 20 points here, and here comes some more. Ripon Robotics putting them in. We come to shift number 2. The Blue Alliance now has an active hub. Team Appreciate putting a whole bunch in. Their partners scoring as well. Cockadoodle Dominators scoring quite a bit into the Blue hub. Also, and the Blue Alliance is up by about 40 points. Here comes Cockadoodle and Team Appreciate at the same time. They've got about a 100-point lead, about maybe a little less than a 180-point lead. But Red now becomes activated in shift number 3, and they're closing that gap down by about 20. Red's going to catch up here, and they are going to overtake Blue, and they do. And here comes the next shift, shift number 4. Blue immediately scores in shift 4, and they take the lead now. They're up by 50. So when we get to the end game, both alliances going to shoot to that hub. But in shift number 4 here, Team Appreciate putting quite a few in. They're doing it again, and their partners, Cockadoodle Dominators, also putting them in. So we've got 450, and now we're going to be up to about 460, maybe even more, maybe 470 for the Blue Alliance. The Red up to 430. We were under 10 seconds left to go in the match. Everybody's scoring now. Over 500 for Blue, over 450 for Red. 3 seconds, 2, 1. And that's our last match of today. Hang on to your seats. We're going to get the official scoring from the referees. We get the go-ahead from our head ref. And here comes the score of match number 63. The Blue Alliance takes the match. They win it by a score of 575 to 489. 5 ranking points going to the winning Blue Alliance. 1 ranking point going to the Red Alliance in defeat. Nicely done. We'll see you all in the morning. Have a good evening. Rest up. We got an exciting day coming tomorrow.